Facebook feed.
Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal.
Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, Robert Meyer Burnett. And welcome to, if you told me that the show would run 73 episodes, I'd be like, what? But it has. This is episode 73 of Midnight Metal. And Friday Midnight Metal is a little bit different than Saturday Midnight Metals. Friday Midnight Metals, we're going to talk philosophy. We're like, this is the show where you pack a bowl, or you get that big glass bong and you get some dank nugs and you take some huge draws and you get completely baked, and then you decide to talk philosophy with Donald Sutherland as if you were in the movie Animal House. And to do that, I have, of course, with me, you know her, you love her. Let's say her name now. Put that tongue up on the front of your mouth. Welcome to how are you?
I am very well, Robert. It's Midnight Metal, Robert. Midnight Metal.
It is Midnight Metal, and we have something to talk about tonight. I'm hoping that will trigger everybody. Somehow we're gonna get Hollywood, and we're gonna get political. So I should explain. First of all, how are you?
I am very well, Robert. How are you tonight?
I am good. It's always good, to have these late night dates with you.
Yes, it is.
And before we get started, I have to ask the question: how's your mom?
My mother is doing very well. Thank you so much for asking, Robert.
She's all healthy and all that?
She is. She went to sleep a few hours ago, but I'm sure she's listening to this right now.
Well, shout out to a Mama. Can I call her Mama?
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. She'll love that.
I'm glad she will. I'm glad she's feeling better. Have you guys watched any movies together this week?
We have. We watched the film that they just remade. It's called, I have to look it up. Nightmare Alley.
Nightmare Alley. Did you watch?
Yes,
did you watch the original?
Yes.
With Tyrone Power.
Yes, and it was on Turner Classic Movies, so we watched it together.
And is your mom a Tyrone Power fan?
Yeah, she loves Tyrone Power. Yes.
And do you?
I think he's hot. I
don't know. That was not a resounding. He's hot. I think that's a little.
He's not. He's
dead now, so he won't be offended.
I liked him in The Bullfighter with Rita Hayworth.
Ooh, yes. Nice.
Yeah. I like when he plays a bad boy. He also has been in a lot of Ernest Hemingway films, I think. And like The Sun Also Rises. I can't remember the actress's name, but he was very good in that film as well.
He was very good in that film. God, I haven't seen it in ages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Although I did tweet something about Ernest Hemingway today. Or
Really?
yesterday or something. Yeah, I hadn't tweeted anything about Ernest Hemingway, in a long time. Usually it's in regards to drinking. But this was
what was it in regards to?
It was in regards to writing. The I think it was about the writer of The Witcher was mad that she was triggered by her fans or something, and I said, well, you don't have to. I guess you have to, or you. I forget what I wrote. Do you have to be Ernest Hemingway or something? I don't know. I don't remember what I said, but I had to. Yeah, I remember when I was making this, because I don't think about tweets, but I decided, a farewell to arms, or what Ernest Hemingway title would I throw out? And I think I said The Sun Also Rises. I think that was the one I used.
Interesting.
I know. What does it matter? People are like, what? kind of midnight metal show is this? Everybody take a drink. Man already sends in a super chat. And Man says, so drunk already, I can't stay up. Ah, that's what she said about you. Just kidding. Just kidding, man. So yeah. So anyway, things are good with you.
Yes, Robert. Thank you very much for asking, and I hope things are good with you as well.
Well, I'm usually, despite everything, my sunny disposition always shines through. Mm-hmm. So can we talk about your impending academia or not?
Well, I don't know whether it's going to happen yet because I haven't received any information back. But, you're talking about the graduate program that I'm applying to.
Yes. See, because I have in my household, Elizabeth is, of course, getting her master's degree in fine arts. She's going to Art Center, Pasadena's Art Center, which is a very prestigious art college. So I'm very excited that she's gone back to do that. And when you told me that you were going back to grad school, I was very excited because I think you're a vivacious and intelligent lady, and I can't wait, or I can't imagine what you will be able to accomplish. I mean, I just want to come sit in classes and watch you give the professors hell.
I'm not that kind of a student, but okay. I'm more of a just asking questions and trying to get more information so I can finish my research kind of student.
Oh, I love it. Well, that's good. By the way, Ash Chowan throws in a tip and says, he goes, let's talk about something really metal. The Pam and Tommy trailer looks fucking metal.
Yes.
I mean, I got to tell you, of all the trailers that I've seen, that Pam and Tommy Lee fucking trailer looks so fucking metal. And look, I love Lily James. Lily James can do no wrong. But my God, I can't believe that that's Lily James as Pam Anderson. Ash says, I know that's Lily James, but my mind cannot comprehend it. Sebastian Stan has tapped into the essence of Tommy Lee.
Oh, he's gorgeous. He's beautiful.
Give the hair and makeup team the Emmy. I mean, I love Sebastian Stan. I think he's amazing. I love him so much too. But my God, and that Seth Rogen, I mean, that looks incredible.
It is incredible. Sorry.
Okay. No, but I mean, let's see, Lael. Hang on. Why is it I send you the link and they disappear? These links, hang on. It's so crazy. I'm going to send Lael because I want to bring him in on this. How can I know for a fact I watched it happen? Mm-hmm. I watched it go down.
All right. Well, sometimes it doesn't go through, and that's okay.
Yeah. Well, that's what she said. Sometimes it doesn't go through. No, but I think. I think the trailer looks great, and it's directed by the guy who directed I, Tonya.
Yes.
And I think that's the perfect director coupled with the perfect material. I think. I mean, are you excited about this? I'm with Ash.
I'm incredibly excited about it. I mean, about the only part I'm not excited about is the part where she goes, "Oh my gosh, what happened to the safe that was in our house that has our intimate, love tape on it?" But everything else is going to be exciting because she went out with, all the famous guys in the rock world. She was a very influential, beautiful actress that, had such a wonderful impact on the 90s and beyond. So, it's going to be a good.
I think it's going to be a great miniseries. And, I want to get another Cool Cats take on this. And he doesn't know because he just jumped in. So I'm going to add him in. And so now this guy, you know what? It's so funny because Lael is always talking about how smooth I am. You know what? That's just not true. I might be smooth, but no one is smoother than this cat who's about to join us on Friday nights. Midnight Metal would not be Midnight Metal without one of the smoothest dudes I know. Lael Rockwell, welcome to Midnight Metal.
You have to be the smoothest cat on the planet.
No,
Stop
man.
playing.
First of all, that is not true. First of all, dude, come on now. Just look at you. Just look at you. I mean, you know what? You know what's really funny? I used to have the World Book Encyclopedia when I was a little kid. You remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, you'd look up Smooth in the World Book Encyclopedia, and half of the pictures on your Facebook feed were actually in the World Book Encyclopedia underneath Smooth. I mean, you're comparing. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. And you know what else was in Smooth? It was like you, and there was a whole. I remember because I love the World Book Encyclopedia. There was a whole thing. You as a 12-year-old, and you were giving a description of what you hoped your future would be, and what kind of a woman you would hope to find. And that was the very first time I ever heard the term Coco Tulip. I read that, and I couldn't believe it. And I mean, I had no idea, even at 12, when the World Book Encyclopedia was interviewing you, that you would be laying the foundation for a relationship you would have decades later. That's the epitome of Smooth.
They decided to let me or keep me out of the loop because they kind of predicted my future without telling me.
Well, the problem was they didn't pay you for that shit. You deserve royalties, and now the encyclopedias. No one has encyclopedias anymore. We literally had a dude, like a traveling salesman, that came to our door and said, "Would you like to buy the World Book Encyclopedia?" And I'm like, "Yes, Mom." And it was like $350 in like 1978.
It was an extremely expensive book. Like,
the whole thing. You get the whole, but I loved it.
Yep.
Loved it. So anyway,
spent hours just basically going through it.
Dude, it was a great and
you
know, it was funny because I was one of those. I don't have my parents didn't get me the Encyclopedia Britannica, so we had the World Book. That was like the McDonald's of encyclopedias, and the Encyclopedia Britannica was like the erudite, expensive version. And so I don't know why I got on this topic. I have no idea. Let me ask you: have you seen the trailer for?
No, you know what? I haven't seen it. I've seen. You know what? I think I've seen. Now, is this the second trailer?
Yes.
Okay, I've seen the first one, but I haven't seen the second yet. I haven't.
I mean, now let me ask you this: did you ever see the Pamela and Tommy Lee sex tape?
Yeah, I did.
I did too.
Yeah, I did. I think pretty much you listen. That whole scandal, which basically that scandal itself, in itself, I would say it complimented her career.
I think too.
Bit more.
I think though it instilled a sense of inadequacy in me that goes to this day, because I just look down and I'm like, I am not. I wish I was a rock and roll drummer, man, because that guy's packing some firepower. Not as much as John Cena is, clearly, but he is packing some firepower. Did you guys watch the Peacemaker at all?
Yes, I did.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I did.
I've been trying to watch it.
What did you guys think?
I loved it.
I loved it too. I thought I was going to hate it.
It was balls to the wall, bonkers the entire time, man. Like from episode 1, I laughed my ass off all 3 episodes. It was
that opening scene when he's talking to the janitor.
Yeah,
I was howling.
Yeah,
and then
said, "Don't trust me, man. Don't trust me. You smoke weed."
And then Amanda Waller's daughter is making octopusy jokes.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the most James Gunn thing I've ever seen. It was uncut James Gunn.
Yeah.
It was taking Super and Slither and smashing them together into one giant fatty rail of James Gunn that I just snorted.
Yeah. It was such a good. I didn't anticipate it being as good as it was so far, and I'm like, okay, I'm in. I'm all in. It's just like the punchlines, and this is like, yo, John Cena is really holding his own. Like he really is holding his own.
I thought he was great in, what was it? Was it Trainwreck? Trainwreck that I thought he was great in that, and everything else I think he's been it's been strained. But this, this, he's got the perfect. I mean, he's like this sad sack guy that I actually like. When he's crying, but I killed Rick Flag. It was just, I mean, it was and then the scene in when he's literally finds the album in the girl's apartment and he's singing into her massager. And I'm just like, I after boning her, and then she turns into some harpy,
Yeah.
And then they have this knockdown, drag out battle, and he blows her up. I mean, it was just.
It was bonkers, bro.
It was bonkers.
It was bonkers, bro. Like literally, you know who's like the unsung hero so far? My favorite character, the vigilante, bro.
First of all, like, okay, the vigilante was introduced in New Teen Titans, the 1980s, to George Perez, Marv Wolfman. I think he was introduced, I want to say, in Teen Titans Annual 1, New Teen Titans Annual 1. Yeah. And then in his own series, it ran 50 issues. And in the last issue of Vigilante, he kills himself.
Yeah.
He blows his brains out.
Yeah.
And they've turned him in. When I saw Vigilante dancing in the opening credits sequence, because they have the Vigilante, it's a little different, but it mostly is the Adrian chase. I couldn't believe that shit.
Yeah. I can the opening, like this, the opening scene in like the introductory of the episodes, it's like, yo, how did they convince them all to just dance? I mean, you had the T1,
dude, Robert Patrick,
you had him dancing. Like, I'm like, how did you pull that off?
Okay,
like,
I'm not, racism is abhorrent to me, and as a Jew, when I hear the racial slang, the K word, I'm triggered. But when he's like, so did you kill a lot of people? And he gives that string of racial epithets, ending with one for my own folks. I was like, whoa, whoa. I couldn't believe it. I mean, and yet he was awesome. Like, it was so, I'm like, how many people are triggered by this show?
Yeah, it's the thing is, I think that's the expectation though, is that he's pushing the buttons. He knows it's going to actually push buttons, but the thing is, it's like, it's there, and that, and I think that once we watch it, the narrative is going to sway in a way that we'll understand where they're going. And I think part of Peacemaker's transition. Like, it's part of him changing who we knew before. And I think that this story is what's going to help push him along and elevate him further. But man, like, literally, like, John Cena, like, I can't.
I mean, first of all, you know what, like, I'm a straight man, but I'm gay adjacent. I can appreciate a hunka burning love like John Cena. Yeah. That guy's body, he's not like a yoked dude who like trains to become a superhero in the MCU. That guy is a brick shithouse down to his DNA level. Yeah. Because as a wrestler, you look at his physique. His physique is the genuine article.
Yeah.
And that guy, in his tidy whities, he's packing some power down there too.
Yo, he just loves tidy whities, bro.
You just look at that guy, but you look at that guy and you're like, okay, he is a fine specimen of maleness. Yeah. And he's not afraid to show it. And then at the same time, he'll pick up a massager and sing into it. I mean, throwing his all. Kudos. Every interview he ever did for Suicide Squad on late night talk shows, he would wear that uniform.
He would wear the Peacemaker uniform.
He learned from the WWE. It's not the WWE anymore. It's the WWA or whatever. But my God, did Vince McMahon teach him well. That guy is a showman through and through.
Yeah, he is.
And it's unbelievable. James Gunn is
Now, let me ask you
killing
a question. Speaking of, because we're talking about James Gunn, I want to ask you both. Because when we're looking at James Gunn, we see that, in the MCU, he's restrained. Like, he can't, there's only so much that he can actually do. Especially with the Guardians of the Galaxy, there's only but so far that he can push these jokes and push certain narratives. But with the DCEU, they allow him to do whatever the hell he wants. Like, he can run rampant. He can bring in, he can push the race card. He can, have these sexually, which basically, like, the race card for him is you'll understand it. And how these things and the pieces kind of fall into place. But the sexual jokes, I mean, damn near he pushes it to like the extremes, and they let him go. So my question is, do you think his run with the MCU is going to last too much longer? Do you think that basically he's going to do you think that this Guardians of the Galaxy will be his last film?
Do you have a response to that? I mean, you're our resident expert in matters of love.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think he's going to continue to make more
from a scholarly point of view.
Yes, he will continue to make more films and work for us to enjoy.
In the MCU?
Yes. Perhaps if they offer him something, I think he'll take it.
Because the DC is just, I mean, DCEU is like they're basically they're just saying, you know what, you're free to do whatever. And then we discovered this week that he's working on another DCEU project. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I don't know.
Bouncing Boy from the Legion of Superheroes. No, I'm just making that up. It's probably not Bouncing Boy. But I think I know what you're saying. And the interesting thing is, how do you reconcile? Like for me, I made the point, I think this week on the John Campea show. I said there are two different James Gunns, and they're exemplified by his horror film Slither, which is an MCU fun, wacky, giant monsters and craziness, and then there is Super, his dark superhero satire.
Yeah.
And I said Super is what he's doing with the DC universe, and Slither is what he was doing with the MCU.
Yeah.
And I think that I think he has a future. You know, the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, I've loved both of them. I love Guardians of the Galaxy 2. As a matter of fact, I think Guardians of the Galaxy 2 was all about dysfunctional families coming together, or dealing with one another, and that was a precursor to everything that's happened in Phase 4. All of the Marvel, the family stuff that's happened in Phase 4. But I think that James Gunn, I watched Peacemaker, I pulled out, he's actually a novelist as well. He wrote a novel called The Toy Collector that is, it's fucking dark. And he worked for Troma. You know, he worked for Lloyd Kaufman and Tromeo and Juliet. And he comes from an exploitation sensibility. I actually, I started out as a producer. I was an associate producer on a movie that he wrote, that he also co-starred in, called The Specials. That was a superhero movie about the world's 8th greatest superhero team, and it had an incredible cast. It was really, I mean, it was made for $1 million. Craig Mazin, who created and wrote Chernobyl, directed it, but it was the first thing he directed, so it wasn't as good as I think it should have been, but it has a great cast. And I got to know him a little bit, and 20 years ago, hang out with him. And I really liked James Gunn a lot, but, he has a very sardonic, dark sensibility. And his sensibility is pure exploitation cinema. Like, if he was living in the 70s or 80s, he would have made I Spit on Your Grave. Yeah. He would have made some really rough stuff. But I think that it's crazy to me that he's now been given the keys to both Warner Brothers and Disney. But will he get to make another movie? Like, I mean, what's going to happen is, in this day and age, and the article I want to talk about later speaks to this, is that we live in a world where people cannot reconcile the dichotomy of artists. That on one hand, you can work for Disney. You can work for Marvel. You can work for Kevin Feige, and you can make the Guardians of the Galaxy work. But on the other hand, you can watch John Cena sing with a woman's vibrator and then blow her up after you've had violent sex with her in the kitchen because she's a crazy what? And I mean, and then people are gonna be like, well, how can this filmmaker be working for Disney when he's also working for Warner Brothers making this hard R stuff? How do you do that? Well, because people are complex. But I think your question is really, like, I would hope he can do both, because artists should be able to traverse those kinds of things. And we live in a world, if this were the late 70s or early 80s, nobody would care. But now we live in a world where you can be branded in an instant. And fortunately, I don't think people are like, Al Gore, Vice President Al Gore's wife, before he was vice president, Tipper Gore, started the PMRC, the Parents Music Resource Center, and tried to ban lyrics. She didn't like Prince's Darling Nikki off of Purple Rain because the word masturbation was used, as if every single human being on the planet Earth since the dawn of time hasn't played with themselves. Like, come on. Do you want to pretend that doesn't happen?
Exactly.
But, yeah, man. But that's a good question. I don't know.
Well, Robert, we just got a very generous super chat.
We did. Wow. George, the man, the myth. George, wow, thank you so much. George says, all hail Robert Burnett and the amazing panel of Lael Rockwell and a professional education delivered in the most entertaining way by a stellar, star-studded troupe. Love the show, always forward. Well, George, you're a very generous man. You're a very great man. Thank you for that. And I feel very fortunate to be streaming with these two lovely individuals who, by the way, just keep... You guys are burning up YouTube. I'm watching your rise to power. You know?
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think it's great. No, I think it's great seeing everything. It's fantastic. So
it's fun. It's fun.
It's right. It's fun. And we wouldn't... What I love is that we wouldn't have known each other without YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's one of the great things. I mean, Lael, you and I stream a lot. It's so funny. Who would have thought us grown-ass men would be streaming on the internet talking about action figures?
Yes.
I got one today. I got my Exo 6 emergency medical hologram figure from Star Trek Voyager today, and it's dope.
Right.
Did you pick up the Q one?
Oh, it's pre-ordered. Yeah, that pre-order dropped. So we've got Q one up, and by the way, they changed the face sculpt. I love that new face sculpt. Is so awesome.
It looks good.
It looks so good. So
I'm waiting for Exo 6 to tackle. They have to basically tackle. Please go back and tackle the originals, man. Please.
Well, okay, they will. They're going to. I think the things that they're probably going to do first, though, are Wrath of Khan.
Yeah. Okay.
They'll probably do Kirk, Spock, and Khan. Their next figures, so they've got Mirror Universe Spock from Mirror. That comes out next.
Yeah, it's a good looking figure.
It's gorgeous. And then they have Q, and they haven't put up. They've shown 7 of 9. I think they're gonna, because we've got Janeway, we've got the emergency medical hologram, we've got 7 of 9. They'll probably do the whole Voyager cast.
Yeah,
but they're supposed to put out 14 figures this year.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
And they're killing it.
Yeah, and you pre-order, you get the figures. I mean, the emergency medical hologram went up for pre-order 2 months ago, and then they ship it.
Yeah, they're good. They're really good. It looks like it's a smaller crew who works on their figures, but they're very specific to paying attention to detail. So the photographs of the figures, it looks fantastic. I mean,
they're fantastic. I've loved them all. Yeah, they're so good.
Definitely. I mean, it's like, just to think about it, like you can tell that they're really, really, really passionate about this IP, like, because they put their all into it, and it shows. I mean, for them, I would never want to see another company try to pick up that IP and do it, because I think they're doing it incredibly well.
You know what? I've been buying Star Trek figures my whole life, and no one has come close to what they're doing. No one.
It's incredible, man.
It really is. I mean, it's great. So listen, kids, as you know, I sent you guys this article.
Yep.
Now, this article, everyone in Hollywood has been talking about this article. They've been sharing it, and it's going to be, guys, I warn you, everyone watching the show right now, we got 105 people watching Midnight Metal right now, which is pretty good. So this article was on Bari Weiss. Bari Weiss was a writer for the New York Times who ended up leaving, and she now has her own Substack, and she's fairly controversial. But what I wanted to do, I've had this article sent to me all week long, and it's by Peter Kiefer, and Peter Kiefer and Peter Savodnik is how you pronounce his name, and it was published on January 11th. And it gets into basically the new Hollywood. Who's getting hired, who isn't getting hired, what's going on. And I thought it was something we talk about this all the time. We're talking about and what this entire channel, the Burnettwork, is devoted to hearing the voices of all people. Every single show I do, I say, every single person you meet, and I mean that, every single person you meet, every shape, every size, every color, every creed, has every sexuality, whatever you want, has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. All you have to do is listen. But for me, the important thing is the stories themselves.
Yeah.
And for us, I mean, I will listen to, because everybody has a story.
Yeah.
Everybody. And some people have told me, they've said, well, Rob, I don't have any story to tell. And when I've lectured at colleges and high schools, I've heard that before. And I'm like, you think you don't have a story to tell? And people are like, I don't have any story to tell. And I'll be like, have you ever had a pet? And some people say they don't have stories about it. Yes, I've had pets. Tell me the story of the day your first pet died. And then people are taken aback, and then they realize they have a story to tell. Tell me about your first kiss. Tell me about the first time you got an F and had to bring a report card home to your folks. I mean, you just have to ask people. They don't even know that they are vassals of stories that go on for literally years. You just have to know how to ask them.
Yep.
And I think that what's interesting now, and what was interesting about this article, is that our stories are being, even our favorite franchises, take your pick. Let's go Star Wars. George Lucas wanted to do Flash Gordon. He couldn't get the rights. So he created something Flash Gordon-esque in Star Wars, and he created a mythology in 1977 that, of course, we're still debating every week now. Hey, the Book of Boba Fett this week, what'd you think? We all have, I mean, already space Vespas have entered into the pop culture lexicon, whether you like them or not.
Yeah.
I mean, who would have thought the Rancor could imprint on a humanoid? I didn't know that until this week. But everyone's talking about it, 45 years later. And so those stories were good. But anyway, so this article starts out that says the boys club is dead, but a new one with its own litmus tests and landmines is rapidly replacing it. This is going to all end in a giant class action lawsuit. So let me just read a little bit about Peter Kiefer and Peter Savodnik wrote this article. Again, let me just call it up. I'm just going to read a little of it, and we'll get into it. So here's the article. A few years ago, the editor-in-chief of the Hollywood Reporter pitched a story to the newsroom. He'd just come back from lunch with a well-known agent who had suggested the paper take a look at the unintended consequences of Hollywood's efforts to diversify. Those white men who had spent decades writing scripts, which had been turned into blockbuster movies and hit television shows, were no longer getting hired. The newsroom blew up. The reporters, especially the younger ones, mocked the idea that white men were on the outs. The editor-in-chief, normally self-assured, immediately backtracked. He looked rattled. It was a missed opportunity. The story wasn't just about white guys not getting jobs, nor was it really about the economics of Hollywood. It was about the stories Hollywood told and distributed and streamed on screens around the globe every day. It was about this massively lucrative industry that had been birthed by outsiders and emerged out of lemon groves into a glamorous glitzy mosh pit teeming with chutzpah and broken hearts and unbelievable success stories that had made the American dream a real, pulsating thing. For Americans and billions of other people who thought that if you could imagine something, anything, you could will it into being. It was a story about who we aspired to be. After the meeting, a reporter approached another editor about pursuing it. The editor told the reporter to drop it. No one, he said, at the Hollywood Reporter, one of a handful of trade publications that covers the ins and outs of the entertainment industry, was going to risk blowing up their career over this. The explosion of woke, as one longtime producer put it, didn't come out of nowhere. Hollywood has always pushed boundaries, from 1947's Best Picture winner, Gentleman's Agreement, which confronted anti-Semitism, to Guess Who's Coming to Dinner in 1967, which tackled interracial marriage, R.I.P. to Sidney Poitier, to All in the Family, from 1971 to 79, which grappled with race and women's liberation. The original run of Will and Grace from 98 to 2006 did more to advance the cause of gay marriage than anything else pre-Obergefell. And then there were the villains. The vast majority, from the Terminator to Hannibal Lecter to Gordon Gekko, were uber white, an Austrian robot, a Lithuanian, a waspy pinstriped capitalist. But it wasn't until 2015, when the Oscars So White controversy engulfed the 87th Academy Awards, that studio chiefs and producers really started to rethink how they did business. This gained momentum in 2016 and even more in late 2017 with Me Too. Then came George Floyd, and in the summer of 2020, everything that had been happening in slow motion started to happen much faster. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the industry's central nervous system, had been founded in 1927, and now it had 8,469 voting members. It had tried over the years, especially since Donald Trump's election, to catch up with the zeitgeist, inviting into its ranks a record number of new members who were black, Latino, women, or foreign-born. But that wasn't going to cut it any longer. So, in September 2020, the Academy launched its Representation and Inclusion Standards Entry Platform, or RAISE. For a movie to qualify for Best Picture, producers not only had to register detailed personal information about everyone involved in the making of that movie, but the movie had to meet two of the Academy's 4 diversity standards, touching on everything from on-screen representation to creative leadership. An Academy spokesperson said only select staff would have access to the data collected. The Academy explained that movies failing to meet these standards would not be barred from qualifying for Best Picture until 2024, but producers are already complying. Meanwhile, CBS mandated that writers' rooms be at least 40% black, indigenous, and people of color, or BIPOC, for the 2021-2022 broadcast season and 50% for the 2022-2023 season. ABC Entertainment issued a detailed series of inclusion standards. I guarantee you every studio has something like that, a longtime writer and director said. To help producers meet the new standards, the filmmaker Anna DuVernay, who, if I can just, I have kind of a crush on her, by the way, just want to say that, she's so cute, and I can't even say that, but she is. And she's also very talented, and she was an entrepreneur before she became a filmmaker, so she's a baller too, who was recently added to the Forbes list of the most powerful women in entertainment, along with Oprah Winfrey and Taylor Swift. Last year created Array Crew, a database of women, people of color, and others from underrepresented groups who work on a day-to-day production. Line producers, camera operators, art directors, sound mixers, and so on. The Hollywood Reporter declared that the Array Crew has fundamentally changed how Hollywood productions will be staffed going forward. Now, I want to just go back to you guys. Listening to this, I think it is necessary to bring all peoples in to the business of telling our stories. Because stories is, after all, how we define humanity. That's what stories are for. So the idea that we don't have all people involved in storytelling is absurd, because we're missing out on the realities of life. However, quota systems, 50% of all, you have to have, what I'd ask you, what do you think about this? The idea that we're now going to start, the studios themselves are going to say, nope, we're only going to hire, you have to have a certain group of people first, 50%. That doesn't even reflect the demographics of the United States.
Yeah, well, quota systems have been used before, like in education and in some private businesses where they've been forced to do this. But I don't care for this idea in Hollywood. I don't believe that it's something that can be implemented well, nor do I believe that people are going to comply to it and we're going to get movies the same way that we do. But what I can say is that what they could have just done is to just say that, let's create more opportunities for people. Going ahead and going into people's productions and, making a quota system, not just for, let's say, the production crew, but also for the cast is very difficult to comply with, depending upon what the subject is. So, that might be impossible in some situations. And all it'll really mean is that, productions will still go through. They just won't get as much funding, or perhaps they won't get as many backers. But, there's still all these other people who have stories, for people of color, for BIPOC, the people are out there with their scripts waiting for these things to be made. And those are the things that need to be prioritized in funding. And, funding for the arts is just down overall. That's where I think they need to start, to really make it effective, because there's no guarantee if you give somebody this list or these particular guidelines that they're really going to follow them as they're intended. So, that's going to be the ultimate solution, which I think it really, is an idea, but I just don't believe that that's actually going to really occur. So I think something more like giving people a chance who actually are ready to put through fantastic screenplays and stories, they're ready to go. And, that diversity is there. It just needs to really be put through without it being changed around or, turned away. This is the time for them to kind of open their doors to new projects and new ideas. So, until that happens, we're not going to see a huge turnaround. We're not going to see, what we would like to see in regards to, a greater variety of stories. And I think this is a great time for a great variety of stories. Everyone keeps saying that they want to see brand new stories. They want to see new ideas. Well, they're out there. Just, somebody needs to fund them. And if they have the money to do that, why go ahead and mess with someone's story that, doesn't necessarily fit that idea? Or, you're kind of messing with somebody's art that they want to say their own story. Now you're telling them that they can't tell that story and they have to change things around. That's the thing that I think is very interesting in a sense, because it seems almost as if they are going to go ahead and look at someone else's vision and tell them what their vision should be. As from an artistic point of view, no one can really do that for you. You as an artist have to express yourself and the art that you want to create. Mm-hmm. No one should be telling you what your art should be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Lel, what do you think? I mean, you're in the arts. You're an engineer, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, music engineering. Yes, definitely.
Now, I mean, obviously, I think music in America has... I think the story of the 20th century when it comes to music, I think race has always been a big part of it, because, the especially Black America has driven the 20th century in terms of music, whether it was rock and roll, whether it was jazz. Mm-hmm. I mean, and so much of our musical heritage actually came out of the Black experience. Yeah. And nowadays, how do you feel, working in music, being an engineer, how do you feel about in terms of race and the arts?
You know what? I'm glad you asked that, because when it comes to music, in the art of, either whether you're a writer, producer, artist, we, from a music standpoint, there hasn't been much of a uproar when it comes to inclusivity, when it comes to generations of the history of artists from across the globe hitting, pretty much every nationality. There hasn't been an issue because inclusivity has been there for years.
For the beginning, yeah.
Since the beginning. So it never has been a question, to the point where any rule had to be changed to say that, now we know that, history tells us back in the day, that, certain artists, even, performing, the biggest hurdle for them was being seen or being recognized for the music that they created, for the written, whether it was written, produced, it was that basically came to the forefront earlier on, and it was addressed earlier on before it became a major issue. So from a music standpoint, we're not dealing with the same type of situation that's being, posticized right now in Hollywood. And it says so much, because my biggest thing about this is now when you're talking about inclusivity and how you're changing things, I don't think it's done. It's not done in a simple fact, because what you're doing right now is that you're placing a target on everyone's back. That now that you're introducing these new rules, and what you say now, it has to basically touch it. Okay, fine. This should have been done a long time ago. So right now you're putting it at the forefront and creating this argument, and you're putting a target on people like me or someone who looks like me. They're back because now these conversations are going to be had. Okay, now so basically it was white America now outcast because now we have to show this is, no, it's, I don't think it should be like said. It should just be like, look, the art should speak, and the art is what brings in inclusivity. It basically brings in, the from no matter what, color, creed, or whatever, sexuality, whoever, the art is what basically binds. And people aren't looking at the art; they're looking at the people behind the art. And let's look, let's just be real. I don't care if you're black, white, Hispanic, Asian; it doesn't matter. If you're not talented, you're just not talented.
Yes.
Plain and simple. If you are not talented, you are just not talented. And I'm not going to stand behind you if you don't have talent just because you look like me. I'm not. Like, literally, if you don't write a good story, if the story isn't written well, I'm not going to just root for you because I'm like, the story is bullshit. But you look like me, so no, I'm not. Because then I'm not being honest with myself, and I don't think you're being honest with you. So I think the art itself speaks no matter what color you are. The art is what brings people in. If you have a white director, a white writer who tells a good story about my culture and is written well and produced well, I'm supporting it all the way. Case in point, Color Purple. Well, I'm basically just like, come on, let the art speak.
It's funny you bring that up because I was watching. There's a documentary, I think it's on Netflix, about black filmmakers, and they talk about the last. It was made in Britain. It's pretty good. It's not great, but it's pretty good. And they interviewed Oprah Winfrey. And like when Color Purple came out, I loved Color Purple. I think I saw it like 4 or 5 times in the theater. I loved Quincy Jones's score. I love the entire cast. I love Margaret Avery as Suge Avery. I love the whole thing. But he got a lot of shit. Like, how can you, why is Steven Spielberg directing this? And why did he tone down the lesbian relationship that Suge had with Celie and all that, and all this. And it's funny because if you hear, both Oprah Winfrey and Whoopi Goldberg, they're like, we'd never seen a movie set or anything like this, which was all black. Like, it had every single black actor in Hollywood, everybody. And they're like, this is amazing. And then somebody wants to step in and go, well, there's just a white Jewish dude directing this story. Well, because he had the power to get it made.
Exactly.
And so the answer,
the vision.
Yeah, I mean, I love that movie. I love The Color Purple. And what's interesting is nowadays in this culture, in the culture that this weird, skewed, bizarre, the question is it better that The Color Purple was made but directed by a white Jewish dude, or should you have said, nope, until a man or woman of color can direct this movie, can make Alice Walker's book into something amazing, it shouldn't get made? What's the answer? Are we better
Exactly.
off that the color purple exists? That it jump-started Whoopi Goldberg's career? That Oprah Winfrey delivers a star-making performance in that movie? Or should that movie not have been made because a white Jewish guy directed it? What's the answer?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Thank goodness it was made. He did a good job.
He
That's
did a
the
good
answer.
job.
That is the answer. But
the
is it
biggest
the answer
answer.
today?
No.
Everyone.
What do you mean by?
I mean, today, like Scarlett Johansson was going to play a trans man, a famous real character in a biopic, and people are like, well, you have to have a real. Well, what's so funny is, let's take that out of the equation. If you're going to make a movie like that, like Philadelphia today, Denzel Washington and Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks plays a dying white gay man that Denzel Washington defends, based on a true story, directed by a gay director, Jonathan Demme. People now, if it was made now, you can't have Tom Hanks as a straight white man, and you need a gay white man to play that role. And I'm like, but he's since when? Why in this day and age do actors have to embody? I mean, the actual quality of the people they're playing. They're actors. I mean, look. Do I believe that if you're doing a biopic of Martin Luther King, you better have a black dude play it? You can't, like, I can't have some Indian guy show up, some Bollywood star to play Martin Luther King. You can't do that. There's no verisimilitude there. It's also, why would you do that? It would be distracting. It's Martin Luther King was black. If you're Diane Fossey, Gorillas in the Mist, you don't want to have a dude playing Diane Fossey, because that's not her. Yeah, I understand
historical figures can have a different category, I suppose. Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we live in this real world. In this article, it talks about now studios are hiring people. Their first line is like, well, they have to be people of color or women or this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, how about the best storytellers for the job?
Yeah.
Like, why is it that every profession in the world, like, if you're gonna get brain surgery, are you going to hire a doctor who's a certain color to give them an opportunity? They just don't have enough opportunities to operate on human brains. So what we want to do is we want to have, we want to share it with everyone rather than have the best brain surgeon. Who would you want to have operate on you?
Yep.
Wouldn't you want the best surgeon for the job?
This is what people need to start asking themselves. Like literally right now, need to start asking themselves, Hollywood, are you doing it because you actually see that change needs to happen? Or are you doing it because you're just saying, okay, we've done this and now you guys need to shut the fuck up? Literally. Like, are you basically doing this because you yourself see that this needs to change, that this has been a problem? And I'm just going to basically say the latter. You're doing it now, in my opinion, just to shut people up and place target on backs. Because the thing is, if this was really honest and sincere, it would have been done years ago and it wouldn't have been a problem. The thing is, look, I agree. When we're making these particular films, like we talk about, such films as, like for instance, I'll make a reference to Cleopatra. Now, when we talk about these particular films, yes, I think if you're going to surround a film with like a pedigree of actors and stuff like that, if you want to make a successful film, I agree with finding people, in a sense of the nationality, but find the ones that are really, really good with the art and embrace the art. Don't just get fillers. Don't just do it just because you want to satisfy a quota. Do it because these people are actors. They are talented. They are writers. They are producers. They are people who know their craft. And that's the thing is, not enough, like we've said, not enough credit is being given to the arts. It's more to just basically satisfy an agenda. And that's what it is. It's just, you're doing it because, okay, there's too much of an uproar, and it's an uproar that's actually happened for years. And yes, we've seen it. A lot of people have boycotted because certain things weren't up to standards. You've seen this for years, Hollywood. You've seen that this has basically been done, and you just chose not to make changes over the years. And now that we're in an area where social media is a platform to speak your mind and create a space and create enough of a stink to make change, you should have did this before all of this hit. So then it wouldn't be much of a platform to really, or much of a space where it's always the negatives. We're always looking at the negatives. You should have done this before, but no, you waited until now that there is a space to speak. Now that we have these groups, that are speaking out, that recognize that things haven't changed. You waited till this space has basically been created to say, okay, now I want to change it, and it's not really satisfying anything. It's not.
Well,
it's not at all.
The real question that I have is, are we getting better stories?
No, we're definitely not.
We're not.
It's like what a lot of people are saying, it's ideology over art. And in addition to not getting better stories, we're getting sort of, a message that doesn't have anything to back it up. And for me, that's what I call it. Like, it's not a real story. So, it's kind of like they just plug in different things for different roles and then show it to you. And everybody has to make a statement. I want you to call me this from now on because this is what I am. Or, like kind of ridiculous comments. This person wouldn't be the person they were if it wasn't for you. We would have never won this fight if you weren't here. Spock wouldn't be the man he is if you didn't exist. Like, all these sort of ridiculous comments and stories, but there's no levity to them. And it's just placed there just to make it seem like they're important or that they stand for something or that they're ethical. I have a friend who always says that, integrity and ethics count the most when you're doing them and no one is actually aware of that you're doing it. It doesn't make sense, like you have to brag about how often you plugged in this one actor or commented about how fair and righteous you are, or, this is really the right thing to do. And look at how persecuted this person is. It's almost as if they're kind of trying to rationalize that what they're doing is the right thing. And this is how things are going to go and how great they are, just pat yourself on the back. But it's very phony and people know it's very phony.
Yeah.
And that's why people are upset about it. They're not upset about it because they're seeing, different ideas. They're upset because it's just a very phony presentation of something. And if you had a friend who presented something like that to you, just even in casual conversation, you'd be very insulted. And that's how everybody feels. They're very insulted because they know that this is not a genuine movement towards supporting anyone else. It's just something that they feel they have to, tick off a box and say, we did it. We're happy about this. Why not add more categories into the academy? Why not add a lot more, ways that people can win? They actually reduced the categories recently, maybe 10 or 15 years ago. I think they removed production design or one of those other categories. I'm like, are you kidding me? You think that you're making sense by removing categories? There should be plenty of categories so that they can open up the fields for different awards and just kind of expand this. I think people would just absorb it and love it if they knew that there was a place for them to compete in, if they knew that there was a space for them. But you don't have to necessarily tell other people that what they're doing is wrong. And, they don't really need to have a specific lineup of individuals of talent. As far as I've known for my entire life, denying a person a job based on race, that's discrimination.
Yeah, it is.
You can't go ahead and tell people that, we can't hire you because you're not the right particular, ethnic group or whatever. And that's why the first line of this article or the title of the article is so telling. Somebody out there is going to go ahead and make a class action suit. It could shut down the studio. I mean, I don't know how or where, but if a strike can shut down a studio, if a strike can shut down writing teams, and who knows where this might go. And it's really just kind of like an open can of worms. We didn't really need to go in this direction.
No.
This was something that we didn't need to do.
You just nailed it. I mean, I've always believed that storytelling and art, ideology and thought, and it's all part of it. Like when you're telling a story, you're inherent in the story, baked into its DNA, is some kind of an ideological statement that you're making. Like you paint a picture, or you like, Star Trek. People, my favorite franchise, Star Trek was a science fiction, fantasy, action adventure. Science fiction, action adventure show that was designed to deal with human stories that they couldn't get away with telling on 1960s television because of standards and practices. But you turn it in. You want to talk about Vietnam? You couldn't do that. but you tell it in a space sci-fi adventure show, you can make an episode like A Private Little War and comment on Vietnam. You know, you can talk about racism and balance of terror. You can do all kinds of things, but and Rod Serling did the same thing on The Twilight Zone. So talking about bringing messages about the human experience, which are inside stories, have been since they're the best way to convey whatever message you want to tell without beating somebody over the head. Because no one wants to be. You want to get lectured, go to college. But if you want to tell somebody a story that has a message that's inherent, that's baked into the tale, you know, that's what entertainment is. And what I find so interesting is that once you start limiting, like, they're not even hiring, they've got these quotas. They talk about this in the article. I put the article, by the way, in the live chat. No one is talking about, well, we're going to hire the best people to tell the stories. No, we have to hire these certain kinds of people not because they're good storytellers, but because we live in a day and age where these people didn't have. And look, I believe people should have opportunities. I believe there are voices that were not heard, that need to get heard, that didn't have. But the fact is, when you're working in a commercial storytelling medium like movies, you still have to make money. These stories cost a lot of money to make, you know, and when you see a movie like Moonlight win Best Picture, I was knocked out by Moonlight.
It was fantastic.
I thought it was an amazing film, and it was very specific. It had to deal with the black gay experience, which is something that even the black community shuns away from telling those stories. And I thought it was a beautiful movie that, even though it was specific to that community, it also has a story to tell that all human beings on the planet Earth can relate to.
Exactly.
Sure, it has a specificity to it, but in the long run, it's really about love and respect and growth and familial bonds and all of those things. And like any great story, it doesn't matter what people are populating the story. It's the human truths. And again, we've talked about on the show before. When I was a kid, I didn't want to see kids. I was a kid. I knew what that was like. I wanted to see stories about people that weren't me.
Yeah.
You know, and now it seems like everybody wants to see themselves represented on screen, and it's bizarre to me. Especially as someone who loves foreign film. I love foreign cinema. You know, and I'm like, I've watched movies from all over the world. So the idea that, well, we're not being represented, I'm like, because you haven't been watching the movies that have been made around this fucking planet by every single. I mean, my God, there's so many movies being made, and yet, you only want American movies based on the American immigrant experience. Yeah. So you want to watch it's like eating American cheese. You know, don't you want to? Wouldn't you rather have some great French cheese? Like, how about some? And it's just weird to me. By the way, RRT and Zed says, "Hail, President of the Rob Public." Well, it's good to have you here. Lord Lael and Regal. Which trilogy's musical score? Ooh, this is a good question. Which trilogy's musical score do you prefer? The original Star Wars or Lord of the Rings? And why? Ooh, that's a tough one.
It's not, you know what?
I know what you're going to say. I know.
Because, listen, I'm an all out, and people who know me and people who are close to me will always know that I am a John Williams fanatic. I just love John Williams' music. Really touches the soul. He knows how to touch on the emotional beats. It's just something about his music, and this is beyond even Star Wars. It's anything that he actually touches. It's like you can tell, this is John Williams. This is because it just you can actually just, for me, it's always going to be, because it's John Williams, I'm going to have to go with Star Wars. That's just me. That's just me.
Yeah, I'm going with Star Wars too.
It's just.
I think that while I was, of course, moved by the soundtrack from Lord of the Rings, absolutely. I'm going to have to go with Star Wars because it's just, so important to me, and they're both incredible soundtracks. But
yeah,
it's going to be Star Wars.
Yeah, it's just John Williams, man. It's hard.
I have to say what's interesting is that I think Howard Shore's Lord of the Rings scores are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the themes are do 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 do. Do. I mean, the whole the Shire, all that. I mean, you know, it's amazing.
Yeah.
However,
now I will say, the most beautiful. Okay, so the most beautiful piece that I've actually heard, it was. I will always hearken it back to Fellowship of the Rings, that conversation between Aragorn and Arwen, when they're actually where are they at? In
Rivendell.
In Rivendell, right before he leaves. That segment was so beautiful, man. I can listen to that over and over again. It was just amazing. But yeah, I'm still gonna go Star Wars.
Well, it's interesting to me. Okay, here's the funny thing. Like, a lot of people would say, because I've had arguments with, I know some people that are very much into classical music, and they talk about how John Williams has ripped off or appropriated a lot of classical music and even other scores. And that's what there's a score called King's Row by Eric Korngold. And if you listen to it, there's a lot of Star Wars in that score. But here's the thing. I have to say, you might make an argument that there are pieces of music throughout cinema history, like Moon River. You know, there's a lot of pieces of music that people have heard forever. You know, but I would say this: never in my life. I was 10 years old when Star Wars came out. That soundtrack, that double disc, the double album soundtrack, this 10-year-old kid played it incessantly, and that it led me to Beethoven. Because I didn't know what classical music was, and I was listening to Beethoven's seventh. I love Beethoven's Seventh Symphony, and then I started hearing it in lots of science fiction films. And then, of course, Beethoven's Ninth. Yeah. And the thing about Star Wars was it made little kids listen to classical music. Yeah. And I would say that, look, do I love John Williams' Jaws score? I do, not just because of the dun. You know, that we all know that, but it was the rest of the score that was great. And then you listen to his Raiders score, you know, and there's other scores he's written that I love. His Dracula score for Badham's Dracula, or De Palma's The Fury, which is another John Williams score, which is, you know, incredible. And all the work that John Williams did with Spielberg and all that. But I have to say that, look, I love the Lord of the Rings score, but there is nothing more iconic than the Star Wars theme. There's nothing.
Mario Lopez says, "Don't make me choose." And Just a Brown Girl says, "Lord of the Rings, because there are actual songs that you can sing. Into the West is the goat of movie songs." Darth Plato says that the Rohan theme was great.
I know, no doubt. But you know what? By the way, and Just a Brown Girl, she's right. Into the West, oh my God, lay down. I mean, come on, it's Annie fucking Lennox, and it deserved to win that Academy Award. That is a great song written for a film, and I think she might be right. There's an argument to be made. It's one of the great songs ever written for a movie, but Star Wars doesn't have a song except Lopty Neck or, you know, Jedi Rocks. Which isn't the same thing. Yeah. But it's different, and it's also generational. Yeah. You know, Lord of the Rings, Fellowship, Two Towers, you're talking 2001, 2002, 2003. But I don't think that the power of, I mean, I've got to go with Star Wars because it was so, like, that album, it's an interesting thing. When we were kids, Lael, we even knew the beats of silence between the tracks on a record album. Yep. You know, you know, like bum ba bum ba ba, and you'd know when, and there's one track, and I forget the name of it on the Star Wars soundtrack. It's Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na. I forget the name of that track, but
it's
yeah.
Han Solo and Leia's.
It's like it leads into like Leia's theme.
Yeah. It's that album and the way it's I mean that record is burned into my. And what's really interesting too is then as like when those albums, soundtrack albums used to be sequenced to be the best albums they could be. So the music was all out of order from where it appeared in the film. And then later on, like with Star Wars, they re-released the soundtracks, and they're like, well, we have to put them in the order that they appeared in the film. Mm-hmm. I actually preferred when the albums were sequenced as albums, as a musical experience. Yeah. Because the album itself was an adjunct experience to the movie. Mm-hmm. You know, side two of the first Empire record, side 2 is the Imperial March.
Yeah. Tom Jr. Jackson says film scores are our generation's classical music, and Darth Plato says Star Wars has a song, Rob, Cy Snoodles and the Max Rebo Band.
Yeah, Lopty Neck. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's true. And by the way, you know, it's nice to see Max Rebo getting some more work.
I love him. Sorry, I just love him.
Well, what I love is I love our audience, RTNZ. It's such a great question. I mean, look, I have literally hundreds of movie soundtracks. I can't reach them, but they're literally on right over there.
Mm-hmm. And Darth Plato goes on to say the Imperial March still rocks, and that's actually my mother's ringtone is the Imperial March on my phone. When she calls, you hear the Imperial March.
Well, I would dare say that piece of music is one of the most recognizable pieces of music. I mean, everyone knows the Jaws theme, but everyone also knows the Imperial March. And I'll tell you something, that album, it's on RSO Records, by the way. Well, it was originally. The Empire Strikes Back record, the soundtrack came out a week before the movie did. Yeah. And I bought the record. I bought that soundtrack before I saw the film. Mm-hmm. And when I put on, I'll never forget, because I didn't, yet it was vinyl. And when I flipped it over, and when I first heard the Imperial March, it was one of those things where you're like, it was because the first time I ever heard it, I didn't know what it was. It just said the Imperial March, and the movie was called The Empire Strikes Back. And when I heard it, I can't tell. It's hard to explain to people that weren't there what it was like to hear that piece of music for the first time, because it was so iconic. And when you first heard it, it was so iconic. It was like if they were going to release a single off the Empire Strikes Back soundtrack, they didn't, but they probably did a Miko version of it, but they should have released that because when I heard that album, I mean that soundtrack, the Asteroid Field, na 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 na. I mean that shit was dope as fuck. It was so dope. I mean it was everything about that, the Hoth battle music, everything, and even hearing the Star Wars theme and hearing something different. Yeah, I mean, even that, I was like, "What's happening?"
It just takes you on a totally different spectrum, man.
Ghost Rider says, "I'm listening to John Williams scores. I'm watching you." And Pat Finch says they are forgetting about the prequel trilogy soundtrack, like the Duel of the Fates was epic, along with the Droid Army March and the unveiling of the
Duel of the Fates, Duel of the Fates, Duel of the MFing Fates. Oh my God, it was so powerful, bro. Just like the orchestra before it, you hear that, you hear like the choir singing, then
dude. But here's the thing. Oh, bro. But John Williams, I mean, that was 1999. Mm-hmm. That was 20 plus years later, and Duel of the Fates again, arguably that choral Koya. you know, when you hear that.
Yeah.
I mean, and then the dun 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 dun
Yes.
dun 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 dun.
Yes.
I mean, it's fucking awesome.
That's what made me love Darth Maul so much.
Mm-hmm,
Is when the doors open and you hear that, and he takes a chills,
dude,
really,
and
I spazzed. Like I tensed up when I heard it and I saw him for the first time on screen. I was like, yes, we have arrived. You can say, look, people can say what the hell they want about the prequels all day, but you cannot tell me that scene didn't shake you to the core when you heard the music and you saw him for the first time with that double-bladed lightsaber take off his hood and the garb, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan ready to go at it. That soundtrack comes on. Come on, man. Come on. Let's go.
Dude, but I will say this. In the trailer, because one of the great trailers of all time was the full-on release trailer for The Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
We didn't know what it was. I went and saw The Siege, which great Denzel Washington movie. The Siege was great. I went and saw it a second time. I was in line for it in Westwood to see the first showing of that trailer. I went to see The Siege again. Paul Thomas Anderson, the director, was in the same line I was in to see that trailer. And there's Darth Maul says, "At last we will reveal ourselves to the Jedi.
Yes.
At last we will have our revenge." That's not in the movie. It's not in the movie. And when I saw that, I was so bummed when he doesn't say that, because Darth Maul is indeed one of the greatest designed, coolest fucking characters
ever been, bro. I love Darth Maul, dude, so much, bro.
And they redeemed him later. You know, but they were at one of the great lightsaber duels, you know, that whole thing. But that opening that door and the duel of the fates, come on, like you said.
Yeah.
And El Profesoro says, I love the Empire Strikes Back soundtrack. The Rescue from Cloud City score is one of my favorites. Lael and Artem, no, LOL.
Yeah.
No, but that Empire score, it's hard. I'm hard pressed. The Empire score might be my favorite.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I was listening to, I was just watching the despecialized battle over the Death Star from Jedi, and everyone knows I am not a fan. Return of the Jedi was the most disappointing movie I've ever seen in my life. However, there's a lot I love in it. The attack on the Death Star music, I love so much. It's so good. I mean, John Williams, but even that album was like not a double album.
Nah,
it was a single album. The vinyl was single. I'm like,
yep.
And then look, Return of the Jedi, the actual release. If you go back and you look, two of the greatest pieces of movie poster art, the Gone with the Wind, Empire Strikes Back poster, Han and Leia, and then the Star Wars, the Tom Jung Star Wars poster, amazing.
Yeah.
The Return of the Jedi poster was that lame hand with the lightsaber.
Yeah, it was kind of disappointing.
The B sheet was the Japanese art with the I mean, everything about Jedi was lackluster. And while I love the end, I love the battle, it's just nothing happens. That movie is two scenes. It's the rescue of Han Solo, and it's the last battle, and nothing in the middle matters. None of it.
And I did. Now I will say, because I enjoyed Jedi. I enjoyed the speeder chase. It was something that
but the thing is, that's a viscerally cool experience.
Yeah.
But plot wise, it's like, now we're going to stop this movie to show you a really cool effect sequence. By the way, do you know who shot some of that? Who shot some of the live action speeder sequence stuff, like the point of view stuff? An 18-year-old David Fincher.
Yeah.
Director of Seven.
Marco
Lanny says, John Barry's We Have All the Time. We have all the time in the world. That's my Louis Armstrong.
Yes.
Time enough for life to unfold. All the precious things love has in store.
And
by the way, that
his
score, the score for On Her Majesty's Secret Service, rules. That's one of my favorite Bond scores.
Yeah. Well, Steven Cisato, Old School Film and Gaming Reviews, says that the U571 soundtrack, I'm guessing he's giving that thumbs up. And Thislamic says Maul's theme when he first appears on Tatooine is haunting. And Lisa says that she likes Anakin's theme.
No, those are all good. I mean, and what's interesting is I would be willing to bet that those are your first experience with soundtracks. And when you hear them, I mean, all of the Star Wars themes are those movies meant so much to so many people, certainly to us. And Williams' music, even in scores like what is the Force Awakens? What is it? The Republic or Rebellion or the X-wing Scherzo? Is that what's called? And that's there's in every one of the Star Wars movies that Williams scored, there's always something incredibly memorable that you can't forget.
Definitely.
And so RRTNZ, that was a good question.
That was a damn good question because you just I love that question.
Shogun Orta says, was this in response to them not hiring minorities? He asked about the article. We get back to the article that we were talking about. No, I mean, for me, it wasn't that. Here's the thing. Hollywood sucks. I mean, it's a horrible, awful, terrible business. And if you're a creative that dreams of making movies, as I was, I've spent the last 30 plus years in the business having my dreams trampled on a daily basis. However, I've been able to eke out, I look, will I ever be considered like my heroes? No. I mean, I'm still not done yet, but I was able to direct a movie, which I wanted to do. I've produced films. I have an animated series, the second season dropping on the 18th, Dota, Dragon's Blood Season 2, that I edited. I had Tango Shalom come out. I mean, I will never be famous for the work I've done. Or I shouldn't say that. Maybe I'll make some amazing stuff in the next couple.
You're famous to us, bro.
But the funny thing is that I've been able, I was able to participate. I didn't give up, and I think what's amazing is that now with the technology that's available, everyone can participate. No one. There's a weird thing. Making movies is really, really, really hard. And making great movies is even harder. And when you think about the people, I think about the independent wave, whether it was Robert Rodriguez, Steven Soderbergh, Kevin Smith, or Spike Lee. Spike Lee, a black man, made a movie about the black experience, and She's Gotta Have It. Yeah. I remember when I saw that film, it was about a world I did not know. It had an unbelievable performance, a breakthrough female character that I loved. I saw that movie, black and white, and I was like, my God, here's a voice that I want to hear more from. I didn't think to myself, well, he's a black man making a movie about the black experience. That has nothing to do with me. I'm like, no, man, this shit is amazing. And oh my God, I mean, unfettered by his budget limitations, he told a great knockout story. You couldn't, if you saw that movie at a film festival and you were with a bunch of cineasts, everyone buzzed about that movie. People were like, my God, this is why we go to the movies. This is why we go to film festivals, because of experiencing that. I felt the same way when I saw Sex, Lies, and Videotape from Steven Soderbergh. I don't care. Catherine Bigelow, her first movie that she co-directed was called The Loveless with Willem Dafoe. It's a biker movie, which, by the way, is on Blu-ray. You can get it. When I saw that movie, I'm like, wow, this is a knockout I didn't know anything about. I didn't know it was co-directed by Catherine Bigelow. I didn't know who she was. It wasn't until Near Dark when she made one of my favorite vampire movies. I'm like, oh my God. And then she made Strange Days. She married James Cameron.
Mm-hmm.
You know, nobody cares. What's important is not. It's not about the gender, the race, the sexuality, the people that make the things.
Yeah.
It's about the things that they make. The important thing is that everybody should get the opportunity.
Everybody, yeah.
Everybody deserves the opportunity. It doesn't matter. The problem is, working in Hollywood, it's really expensive. And I don't care who the fuck you are. If you can't tell a good story, if you're not going to make me money, fuck you. That's what they say in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too expensive. It's like, look, the reason making records, it's not as much. It doesn't cost as much money.
Nope.
You know,
you can
so
do it from the privacy of your own home.
And nowadays, the technology, dude. I mean, look, two of the people that I think I admire is Billie Eilish and Phineas, her brother.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they produced half the shit she made in their house, in their rooms, like Bad Guy, you know, whatever. Do 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 do. That's one of the great pop singles of the last 10 years. They recorded that in their house,
in their home,
and they're classically trained. Their choir, they came up in the choir. They learn musical theory. I mean, Billie Eilish and Phineas are the real fucking deal. And the reason they are successful is because they're like, look, do I think No Time to Die is a great Bond theme? I don't. I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm a fan of their work, the production value and all that. And because they bust their ass.
Yeah.
And that's what I want. I don't care. I want to see the stories from all people, but making movies is expensive. What I want to see is the best stories.
How crazy is it, though? Not to get off topic, but how crazy is it that she looks just like Scarlett Johansson?
Billie Eilish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She looks like Scarlett Johansson.
Especially a young, if you go back and watch like Ghost World.
Yeah, she looks like a young Scarlett.
Yeah.
She does.
But the two of them.
She's talented. She has a naturally gifted voice. They have natural talent. And that's what I'm saying.
Well, but they're also, she didn't just show up like a teenager. I just want to make, no. They were raised to be kids. I mean, they
Prodigy.
Phineas is a great producer.
Yeah.
And a great musician in his own right. I mean, I think here's what it shouldn't be about me speaking. And by the way, everything I say is moot because I'm an old, Rob, you're an old cis middle-aged white man. Nothing you say matters anymore. But I would say this: talent and artistic prowess, and most important, having a unique voice is what matters. And we now live in a world where technology has been democratized more than it. I mean, you can sit in your house and record music, or even Steven Soderbergh is making movies on iPhones now. You know, you look at the movie Tangerine, which is a film about I don't know if it's actually about trans or what I call it, but it was made on an iPhone with two incredible performances on Santa Monica Boulevard. I mean, we now have the equipment. You know, just because everyone can go into Guitar Center and buy a guitar doesn't mean everyone's a musician.
Yeah.
You know, it still requires talent, and I believe in meritocracy. I believe that the people that bust their ass and are the most talented should rise to the top. And nowadays, with distribution, as you know, Lael, you make a song, you put it up on Gangnam Style, has how many? 1 billion views? You know, now we can get to everyone.
Because there's platforms for it. Like I said, again, you can pay for your own distribution. You don't have to worry about, like I said, there's no middleman now. Like I said, it's the way it is now. As long as you have as long as there's platforms, there's a way for you to get your music out there. You know what I mean? And you create your own fan base once it catches on. That's here's the thing. Like when we think about Hollywood and Hollywood now versus Hollywood before, and we're seeing the emergence of a lot of independent filmmakers. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of it now. Even like I think a lot even more so. Like if we had it before COVID, we have it even more now. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of independent artists, independent filmmakers, directors out there who are really really making great material. But I think about this, like, we're right around the corner. Like Martin Luther King's birthday is next week. You know what I mean? That holiday is next week. You know what I mean? So we're celebrating that. And his philosophy was a place where we can all sit down at the table and exist. It wasn't basically saying subjectively we wanted to actually just have one race represented at a time. It was everybody represented all the time instead of just one person being represented this year, next year, this, that, and the third. It was all the time. Inclusivity was something that should have been here for ages in Hollywood, and it's just that now that they're doing it this way, I don't like, I don't think we'll ever understand like their choices and why they choose to do it, why they choose to wait so late. But then again, like I said, I've talked about this before, like don't more so depend on the art instead of depend on the art, tell a good story instead of actually trying to make a point, trying to prove a point. You know what I mean? Like it's too much of that. Like, you know what I mean? We don't, again, like I watched Don't Look Up, and I saw, and even though like it had a cast full of, and here's the thing, I enjoyed like some of the humor side of it, but they made it blatant. It was a blatant film. It was literally
it was not clever. I love The Big Short, and I wanted it to be Doctor Strangelove or Network. I wanted it to be Patty Chayefsky level writing. It wasn't that.
It was blatant. It was just a blatant film, but it was funny how they did it, and I understood it. But it's like, okay, if we're making these films and you can have that caliber of actors, and it's cool, you know what I mean? Because like I said, I mean, look, everything and there's a driving point, but the driving point doesn't always necessarily have to be so obvious. The story around it makes that point more relevant. If you make a good story, it makes the point relevant. And it's like, okay, I was so engaged in the story. Oh, but I get it and I understand it. Not that, oh, it's predictable. That I can predict why you're actually, don't make it so predictable. And that's the thing is, it's like, it's an art form. It's an art form that should basically be appreciated. And no matter who you are, the value of it should just be appreciated, and it shouldn't be targeted towards a certain demographic, like a demographic or a race or whatever. It just should be for everyone. It's like when you come up with an idea and you put it out there in the universe, it no longer belongs to you. It's everybody's now. And that's just the way it should be. But it's like, I mean, right now, again, I'm just going to keep saying it, like you're really, really putting the target on people's backs, and you're making it more controversial than something that is welcome. And I don't think it's just work. I don't think it's going to work. I really don't think it. And the thing is, I want people, and the thing is, don't get it wrong. I love, and I am welcoming, and I've always been a champion for inclusivity. I've been a champion for people getting their just due. And that's just the story of my life. That's the story of culture. But don't make it blatantly obvious that you're putting targets on individuals' backs. So you can come around and see, I told you so. You should have kept quiet. I told you so. No. People have a right to speak, but you don't have a right to make stupid choices that put targets on people's backs. Like, that's crazy. I don't get it.
And the article goes on to mention something about agents. And, this has been a very interesting time for them, because recently, and I can't remember what the article was, Robert and Lael, but I think one of you were talking about how, the agents had to change the way they do business because their cut was so high. And, it was kind of like robbing the artist of, a lot of what they would normally be making. And, they had to kind of back down from things. But this article also talks about how the agent would kind of like explain why someone didn't get a role. And it's not unusual for an agent to ever even say this to anyone. But the authors of this article felt that they were sort of like putting fuel on the fire by saying, well, you didn't get this job because you were a white male. And, I kind of wonder about this only because, there are a lot of us out there who work with agents and have been told that you didn't get it because you weren't the right ethnicity or demographic or whatever. I don't know whether them telling anybody that was meant to upset them. They were just telling them the truth of what happened. Right. And so, I think it's very important to just even look at this scenario where, this happens, this does happen to a lot of people, but I don't know whether this article is saying that the agent needs to say, well, you know what, you can't do that, or you have no right to tell this person they can't have this position. The position is not dependent upon the person's ethnicity. It's not a historical type of position or an actor position. If it's something else, that it doesn't matter what that ethnicity is, you're not playing the role of somebody who's a specific group, then why, are they saying that the agent should be fighting more or fighting against and join the fight? I wonder about this because, as I said, these agents were increasing their cuts more and more, and now they've had to pull back on that. And, I guess maybe he's almost implying that, I don't know whether there's any evidence that's true to this, but I'm also wondering whether he's implying that them, getting more and more money was kind of like allowing them to kind of take advantage of the situation, because they weren't going to push back to the studios or to anyone else when it comes to bookings. I mean, what do you guys think about that? Well, do you think that's what the men in the article were trying to say? Or
I think, look, here's what's happened. We now live in this incredible climate of fear where one wrong word, one wrong phrase, one wrong sentiment can get a lifelong career destroyed in an instant. Yep. Which, by the way, the fact that we even live in that society, that's what we should really be worried about. Because it shouldn't, it's like, for me, I have a lot of institutional knowledge, and my career has been middling at best. I have no illusions about that. But I do know a lot. Simply because of, even though I think I have a youthful vigor, my age and my disposition, now I'm discriminated against. Like, I can't, if I walk in to try and sell projects or whatever, the fact that I've been in this business as long as I have is amazing to me at all. But to try and get, even though the last film I produced, UNESCO recognized that it came out theatrically, and it's literally about inclusion, doesn't matter. I'm a middle-aged white cis male. That alone, it doesn't even matter what my idea is. It's like, oh no, we don't want to see him. And it's like, which is so weird to me because, I've been working in this business for a very long time. And I have a lot of, just alone, if you were to ask me, I'm not going to give you something that sucks. Like, my level of I would say that in terms of my taste in material, it's at the 98th percentile. Like, as a former script reader and somebody who worked at a movie studio, and my experience, there are very few people and I would say this, and I'm a journeyman, I'm an underling. I've never had great commercial success, but most of Hollywood's that way. But my unique experience is singular. There are very few people that have had the gamut of experience that I've had. None of that matters. None of it. Yeah. None of it matters. All people look at me and, no, you're a middle-aged white dude. What do you have to tell us? And what is frustrating is that Hollywood is now turning into because you have to have knowledge to make things, technical knowledge on every level. And now Hollywood is getting into a lot of trouble because the younger people coming up, no slight to them, they don't know. They haven't done the work. They don't have the experience. And it's, I mean, Lael, you probably know. Someone comes in the studio and doesn't understand how far their mouth has to be away from a microphone.
Basic stuff.
You know, I mean, these are things, I mean, editorially. Oh, I've been making YouTube videos for 5 years. All right, okay, great. Well, how does audio time code work with 30 or 24 frames? Wait, what?
Exactly.
What do you mean? And you're like, dude, if I have to explain that to you, you shouldn't have the fucking job. And that's where we're at now. And what's interesting is that I believe in a meritocracy. I do. I believe that people who are good at their jobs need to get those jobs. Now, the fact is, it is true that we live in a world where many people who are very talented never had access to those jobs. Well, for me, I want those people to have that access because then we will get better movies. We will get stories that I have yet to hear. And all I want to do is listen or watch if it's a great movie. And I mean, I say that every fucking day of my fucking life. And I believe that. You know why? I want your movie to fucking kick ass so I can buy it on 4K and listen to it in Dolby Atmos. I want to buy your story, man. I want to buy it. I'll fucking buy it. People are like, I'll stream that shit. I will buy it. And I want it to be great. And it's nowadays, man, it's so, the real problem is the people that are deciding they don't even know what's a great story anymore. Yeah. They're just like, well, what can we remake? Hey, why not take a chance, man, on something you've never seen before?
That's the thing. Chances aren't being taken, bro.
It's too much money. Yeah. But you know what? You look at a movie like Moonlight. Moonlight, one of the most affecting scenes in that movie is one man holding another man in the ocean.
Yes.
With the sun behind him, you know, and the camera's here. Somebody's holding that camera. The director's probably over there. I mean, that is an indelible, unforgettable image. You know, that scene in the water. Yeah. There's no visual effects in that scene. No. I mean, come on.
For me, in that film, and it's kind of, I guess it's not that surprising, but at the end of the film and I'm sorry for people spoiling it, when he goes to see his friend and he realizes that the guy who runs this coffee shop is the guy that he knew from high school. And he legitimately asks his friend, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm doing this." And his friend says, "That's not you." He's like, "I know you." And I'm like, this is powerful. I mean, it was such a beautiful depiction of the love between these two men. And I think that there are so many stories out there like this, and we needed to see. I think that when that film came out, I thought there was going to be sort of like a turning point where we were going to see stories like this. Made so beautifully, Nomi, is it Nomi? I can't remember her last name, but she played his mother and she had, a substance abuse problem.
Oh, Naomi.
Naomi. Oh God.
Why can't we remember her last name?
She won the award for that, right? She's Moneypenny.
Moneypenny.
Yes, she is. Yes.
Naomi. What? Oh no.
And Naomi, she won. She was also in, of course, 28 Days Later. Yeah. But she won an Academy Award for that role, right?
I don't know. I think, did she win for it?
Didn't she, for Best Supporting Actress? Or
I know she was nominated.
Oh, perhaps she didn't win it. But what a beautiful. I thought it was very important to show that because they didn't just. He had to tell his story, and his mother in this situation made him disadvantaged. Yeah. And he had other people that he could fall back on. There was a community that was there. Yeah. And, thank God they were there, making sure like he got, food to eat and things of that nature. And I thought that also was very important to see because he.
Naomi Harris.
Naomi Harris. Thank you so much. Did she win it for that? Did she win it for?
I don't
know.
I don't think she did.
Okay. Well, I thought it was very important to show that when he, was in this situation and his mother was not in the picture, there were other people who were there around him, and he did have questions. And he didn't ask the question about being gay. What he said was, they knew that he, may have been gay, and they didn't say, well, you're gay. They didn't say that. They said, you're a human being, and everybody deserves love in this world. Yeah. And I thought that was such a beautiful way to describe in any situation to any child what they deserve in life. And it was just so wonderfully done around the dinner table. They were all around the dinner table, and all that time, even so, his life was not perfect. And so, it was such a compelling story. My heart broke for him so many times in this story. And I'd like to think, that things worked out. Let's say we didn't find out what happened after the end, but it truly was magical, and it almost felt like a dream. The movie felt like a dream.
Yeah, it did.
It had some kind of, I'm not even quite sure what the effect was, but it was really beautifully done. And I have to say it's a as far as I'm concerned, the film is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Well, and it rightfully won Best Picture. And what's great about that film is, if you watch that movie, it's about the human experience.
Yeah.
When I watched that film, I did not feel like, oh, I'm watching this movie about somebody whose skin is a different color than mine, so it doesn't matter. No. I never feel that way. What I guess what is so maddening to me, growing up in Seattle, we had the Seattle International Film Festival, and from the time I was 12 years old, the first movie I actually went to was The Empire Strikes Back. Yeah. And I grew up watching movies from around the world, all different languages, and from a very young age, 12, 13. And so to me, the whole idea of representation, watching movies from around the world.
Yeah.
I grew up watching representation. And I feel that the United States is sort of weird. I think we've lost our way. What we've done is we've given up the fundamentals in service of trying to feel that we're getting our asses kicked and we're getting our lunch handed to us. I read an article about how the Chinese have been doing some research about zero gravity environments, and they're going to go build a moon base. We're still arguing about representation and all kinds of things. And the fact is, we're not stressing education. We can't even agree what the truth is anymore. By the way, by design, our entire culture has been dismantled in this country systematically by foreign bad actors and domestic bad actors. And we are vulnerable. Until this battle station is operational, we are vulnerable. The Rebel Alliance is too well equipped. Well, let me tell you, the rest of the world is very well equipped, and they have been dismantling us for a long time. And in this country, we're now pitted. It's amazing to me. I'm like, did you not watch 70s conspiracy thrillers? This country is so divided, and we've been pitted against each other because forces, and I'm not even a conspiracy theorist, they've done it. Yeah. They won. You can watch it. They have destroyed us from within without firing a shot because they've used social media and all that to be divisive. And it's amazing that we in this country cannot look at one another on opposite sides of the aisle and say, hey, man, we're all Americans here.
Yeah.
We have a central, by the way, I say they because this is by design. We've been played. And the fact is, we need to pick ourselves up and realize that we're all on the same team. There are forces around us that couldn't defeat us militarily, so they've done it in very sly ways, and we've played right into their hand.
Yeah.
They've been building that museum, the
Academy Museum?
The Academy Museum for a while. Like, it's been a while. It's probably been about 15 years. They didn't just start doing it, yesterday. And one of the women from Turner Classic Movies is, I think, the president of the museum. And I can't remember what her name is. I'm really sorry, but she's a very nice lady.
Yep.
And this article clearly states that they neglected to acknowledge the founders of Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
In the museum. This is so shocking to me because when they first started talking about the museum, of course, some of the first things they show you are, films from the beginning of when Hollywood was first starting out. And of course, all the famous, directors and Hollywood studio producers and, everybody who kind of shaped the Hollywood system. It's just so shocking that
Jewish immigrants
included in there. Yeah, it's not cool. This is, this seems very, discriminatory in my opinion, because it's like a whole section of history is not being included in that. And it seems very odd to me. Very, very odd.
Well, it's very funny. I mean, when it comes to Judaism, I am adopted. I've told people this. I was adopted. From the time I was a week old, I was adopted into a Jewish family. I was raised Jewish. I went to Hebrew school. I learned Hebrew. My parents and my family built a synagogue. The Schoenfeld Gardner Foundation built a synagogue at the Temple D. Hirsch Sinai in Seattle. So I was raised in the Jewish faith, and yet. I was always discriminated. They're like, "You're a stealth Jew. You're not really a Jew. You're an Aryan Jew." I got jokes my whole life, and it was very interesting. And also, I heard a lot of anti-Semitic feelings, and of course now with the divestment and the whole Israel Palestine and all of that, situation, and I've heard it all. From what I find really interesting now is we are scared of history in this country because of, and I used to think of myself as a left-leaning liberal, but really I'm a pragmatist. I'm like, human beings are terrible. We've always been terrible. No one can do worse things to ourselves than we can. Human beings we are. There's a book called that I have a book called The Atrocity Exhibition. That's all of us. We're not good. Human beings are not. We're not good people. We're bad people, in fact. And yet, despite that, we persevere, and there is goodness and greatness within us that we should cultivate. And what's really interesting is I know one thing. There's a truth in my personal life is that everyone hates the Jews. and I've never quite understood it, but there are reasons I've learned. I mean, I get it now. I mean, the one thing as a Jew, I was taught, be excellent, learn all you can learn, go out and create and make things and do things and go out and just change the world. That was the environment I grew up in. Is like, go make cool shit and make friends with people and go out into the world and do awesome stuff. My parents never said, don't do that. My parents were always they're like, hey, if from a very early age, I was a big fan of movies and science fiction and all this stuff. My parents were like, that's terrific, Bob or Bobby. Go. Well, what do you need? What can we do now? Go do that. That was not the experience some of my other friends had as kids. Their parents were like, their parents told them, you can't do that. And I never understood that. I mean, the thing that I loved about Judaism the most is, and this is not with every Jew, and I'm admittedly a Reformed Jew, but my experience of the Jewish religion was that I was encouraged to go experience the world. Yeah. Learn as much as you can. Go out and find out stuff. Yeah. Meet people. Talk to them. Learn about them. Embrace them.
Mm-hmm.
And it was never a religion for me of exclusion of anyone. That's and you know what? Every year when I was a kid, I met people that had green numbers on their wrists that were concentration camp survivors.
Mm-hmm.
And I grew up, and I've told this before, my parents never said a bad word about anyone, ever.
Mm-hmm.
They never said a bad word about anybody of any race, shape, size, color, creed. My dad loved everybody. He would walk into a room with a cigar dangling from his lower lip, and he'd be like, "Hi," and smile at him. I mean, he'd do that to anybody, you know. And that was my thing. I mean, I was taught that people are great, and everybody knows something you don't.
Mm-hmm.
So, why not learn from them?
Yeah,
Like that's what
it's all about. That's what it's always been about. Is you look. I mean, growing up, even growing up in Queens, growing up where it was predominantly even either you know you had West Indians, you had Puerto Ricans, we even had Indians within the area. We had I had a few people basically, there were Italians. We all lived in one borough, one little area. And you know what I mean, it was never where you walked out of the house. And I remember like walking out of the house, and it was just common for us to go on each other's brownstone and just have conversations and talk. And we never realized and never even had a second thought about what race we are, what race we were, what culture we represented. There was never a
You're
thought
all just
because
from Queens.
yeah, we were all just from Queens. That was it. And we protected our area. That's what it was all about. You know what I mean? Like we had friends. We looked at each other like brothers and friends, and that's all we knew. There were no discussions about race or where we come from. You know what I mean? Never. If anything, like I said, we shared dishes. It was always where we were culturally invited and welcomed. And I think that was the value that taught me about life and how to basically come up recognizing that all of us had a place in this world. We represented something. We all brought our cultural experiences were shared. And like when you talked earlier in the very beginning, stories from the time that you basically woke up, that you wake up every single day.
Mm.
The time that you wake up every single day, you get out of your bed, you put your pajamas on, you go brush your teeth, you take a shower, you go downstairs, you have breakfast, you kiss your loved ones, you watch television, you watch the news. Everything that you've actually done from the time that you got out of bed is a story. And that's how it's always been for me when I've been welcomed into different cultures. I've been afforded to travel the world abroad and see live in different places and make new friends. And even through social media, even basically through this platform streaming, we've met so many different nationalities, so many different cultures, and it's all been welcomed. I think the simple fact that where it's gotten lost is where all of that is basically gotten lost is the simple fact that we've allowed even like the media itself to separate us. We've allowed certain false narratives to separate us. And now when I see that and I'm looking at what's going on in Hollywood, it's just another way to divide. And I'm like, how only we as a people have a voice to speak out and say, no, that's not right. That's not the way things are. But we have to basically support that. We have to believe in that, and we have to stand by it. And so, how we do it is to support each other equally. And that's how I came up, and that's what I firmly believe in. I mean, look, we got people in the chat, different nationalities, people who we don't know, but
We
they
got people
watch
from
us.
around the world.
from around
the world,
man. And that's
imagination connoisseurs from around the planet.
Exactly. And that's such a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing that we have these people who are watching, who are inviting us into their space. And they're not looking at us like, okay, Rob's white, Leo's black. Is beautiful. Well, they are looking at that. They are looking at that.
Leo.
You know what I mean? But
they're looking at her. Don't get
us wrong. They
now.
look at that. But I mean, what I'm thinking is, it's like they're welcoming us. It's like we're all welcomed into this space, and we can share ideas, and we can think equally amongst each other. And I don't understand like why this is even a conversation, and why this has been a conversation in Hollywood. Like why it continues to be this space. Like I don't get it.
Well,
but
here's the thing. Like, I mean, not to bring up Star Trek Discovery, but I will. I mean, here's what's I think what's very strange is that because of the ebb and flow of civilization, which has happened since the dawn of time, we're now living in a world where there's amazing divisions in. Here's one of the things about America that people forget.
Yeah.
America is a wildly diverse place, and I'm not talking about race, creeds, sexualities. I'm talking about actual regions. America is incredibly diverse. If you live in Wyoming, where Devil's Tower is, where Close Encounters, where the mothership landed, if you live in Wyoming, it's the least populous state in the Union, and many wealthy people are moving there because you can buy land and all this stuff. That is a very different place to live than New York or Los Angeles or Miami or Boston or whatever. And if you live in an urban environment in the United States, especially in New York, when you walk down the street and it's so cosmopolitan, you're seeing people from all around the planet represented on every single sidewalk. I love New York. If I was rich, I've often dreamt. I can't tell you how many times I've dreamt of moving. I watched a video of a $13 million townhouse on the Upper East Side that I wanted to buy. I'm like, oh my God. It was on the 5th floor. It has this amazing library. I love New York. And one of the things I love about New York is every block is a realm.
Yeah.
Not so much as the first time I went there was in 1990, but it was different then. It's more corporatized and more rich now. It used to be, I loved it when it was more funky and you could buy hot dogs on every street corner. But the fact is, America is a very different place depending on where you live. And I understand why people are different here and there because, if you live in a small town where time has stood still, that matters to you. Your town matters to you, and you don't want to see it change. Yeah, I get that. But if you live in a city in America, everything changes every fucking second. It's like you never know. And if you live in LA, you have no idea whether there's going to be an earthquake or a fire or there's going to be a protest or you never know, a landslide. So I've lived through the LA riots. I lived through the Northridge earthquake. I've lived through so many crazy things here. That's kind of why I like it. Because you never know what's going to happen here.
Yeah.
But not a lot of places in the world are like America. And yet, Americans don't even recognize how different each region of America is. Yeah. We're bonded together by these things are self-evident. All men are created equal. But nowadays, people are like, oh, that's it's so all men. What about women? And then is it real women? Is it all women? Is it trans women? Like we're getting into these ridiculous arguments when we're like, okay, I understand the semantics of when this was written, but let's think about what it was actually about. I understand, and you want to change it all and make it exactly the way you want it to be, but demanding that we alter all of this is counterproductive. That's not how it works. You have to understand, like this idea. You have to call me by my pronouns. Okay. I understand you want to be called by those pronouns, But you understand we've lived in a world where language has been this way for a long time. Different pronouns for people is something new. And it's going to take time before people accept all of that. So you can't demand immediately that you get all this stuff right now. You have to understand that it's going to take half the country a long time to figure out what the fuck you want me to say. Like, when I'm talking about people, if I meet somebody, I will call you whatever you want me to call you. But if I dead name you or misgender you, everybody's waiting for that. Like, you just dead named me or you just misgendered me. I'm like, I didn't mean to. I'm talking on the internet and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, how am I? I'm thinking of 10,000 other things. And now we're like, everyone's like, gotcha.
Yeah.
Why are we playing that game?
Yeah, it's not supportive. And, that needs to stop. And Robert, I did just want to ask, do we have any more super chats?
No, we don't have any new ones.
Okay. Well, with that being said, I wanted to say one of the other things that I think is very interesting about this article is that they started, they hit on a lot of points on a lot of the concerns that we have right now. But one thing they mention is they talk about how it's harder, it's easier for people to conquer a race, or at least this is how they worded it in their article, versus talking about the class divides. And, it is true that, there has been a lot of talk about race and ethnicity, but there is this sort of class situation. And, it's in Hollywood itself, there is a class kind of divide.
Yes, indeed.
Yes,
it
is.
And I recently watched a film, Tom Jr. Jackson and I were talking about it the other day, called The Tender Bar, that starred, and we talked about it last week briefly.
I watched it the other night.
And Lael, did you get a chance to see it?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Well, in the film, it does deal with class divides. And I think it was a beautifully done version of the story, because this is something that we haven't really been able to kind of break away from. And I think a lot of this class divide in Hollywood is also another barrier that's not being addressed.
Yeah.
But is there a certain fragility of Hollywood, and are they dependent on class in regards to acceptance, into getting new talent out there, and to allowing new artists to get their work done? I mean, do you think that this is something that is also a major issue? They mentioned it in the article, and I'm assuming these two gentlemen very well versed in this situation. What do you guys think?
Look, here's.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, go ahead, sir.
No. What were we gonna say? No, go ahead. I want to hear.
Well, I was just gonna say. I mean, in terms of, here's the thing. Hollywood will exploit anyone that can make the money, and Hollywood makes class.
Yep.
They don't give a fuck where you come from. They don't care if you're rich, poor. They don't care. All they care about is, are you talented, and can we exploit your talent and make money across many different realms or whatever. That's all they care about. And I don't think that the funny thing about Hollywood is most of the people here really don't know what to do. Like, they don't know how to make movies. Like, if someone said to me, Rob, I'm going to give you $5 million. Can you make me a movie? I can honestly say to them, yeah, I can. And I'll finish it for you in 8 months. I know who to hire. I know every way to make a film. I will make you a movie. Most people can't say that. Most of the people, the gatekeepers, even the people that work at studios, even the people that are the top guys or girls or whatever, gentle beings at the studios, they do not know how to make movies. They don't. So if you were to say that, you can, is that a class thing? It's just a knowledge thing. And for me, the people that know what they're doing know what they're doing. And you can be the richest person or the poorest person in Hollywood. I think that the problem is, like with everything, money is power. And when you're rich, you can get whatever you want. You can get wherever you want to go. If you come from a rich family on the East Coast and you got an Ivy League education at Princeton, you can get a job at a studio. And I get that. I totally understand that. And whether it's right or wrong, the problem is the studios should never produce bad movies.
Yeah.
They've had 100 years to figure it out. The studios should know how to make the best movies in the world and never make a movie that's bad. And or at least there's only one person in Hollywood right now, one person in Hollywood that has a consistent level. Now there are people that will argue Kevin Feige. He's the one person in Hollywood that is, and his major domos, Victoria Alonso and Louis D'Esposito, they've made 27 films. 27 in the MCU.
27.
And I don't know what the average, it used to be $1 billion. I know that Shang-Chi, Black Widow, and Eternals might have shifted that, but for the most part, 27 movies, and all of them have been pretty much good to great and epic wins as far as money. Yeah. No one has made as much money as Kevin Feige has. And you know why? Because he knows what he's doing. He made 13 Marvel movies. He worked on 13 Marvel films in various capacities before the MCU. And then he started the MCU in 2008. And it's so funny because you'd think that everybody who works in Hollywood would be him. Like, why would you hire people that made bad shit? And yet people make movies that lose $100 million. J.J. Abrams made The Force Awakens that made $2 billion. And then he made The Rise of Skywalker that he lost $1 billion. Has any director directed 2 movies in a franchise and lost $1 billion? There's $1 billion disparity between his 2 movies. And yet he's a genius. Is he? I mean, is he? How much money did Into Darkness cost? Star Trek 09. It's amazing. And yet apparently he's bulletproof. He's Teflon. It's I don't know why. This is a crazy, this business is the most dysfunctional business ever. I mean, if you work in real estate, you're like, okay, in this neighborhood, we sell square footage for this amount of money. So you know what you're going to make. In Hollywood, you have no idea. And the fact is that everyone working in Hollywood is scared to death because they don't know shit. They have no idea and the filmmakers that actually do know what they're doing are thwarted every step of the way by people who don't. It's such a weird, dysfunctional business. And unless you're somebody like a Scott Frank, who made The Queen's Gambit, writer-director, adapted a Walter Tevis novel. He knew. He made Godless for Netflix. Netflix is like, what do you want to do next? Well, I want to do The Queen's Gambit based on this novel. He knows. Scott Frank knows. So why isn't Scott Frank like, then he becomes a thing. He's like, well, you can produce. It's so crazy. Hollywood is the one business in America that is the most functionally dysfunctional business that exists because no one knows anything. And the people that come here all want to be part of the glitz and glamour, but they don't actually know. It's so amazing that the people that work at studios are the people that know about the least about actually how do you budget and schedule a film, and yet they're in charge of making them. It's so crazy.
Yeah.
Like, Lael, someone asks you as an audio engineer, or somebody, oh man, I want to make an album. They don't know shit. And you're like, okay, well, mic placement. How about
it requires?
I mean, people
sound
don't know.
checks.
I mean, we live in this
multiple tracks, mixing, mastering, all that. Yeah,
they don't know. I mean, it's a crazy, crazy, crazy place we live in, and yet we're arguing about quotas.
Yeah.
While China, Russia, they're going to eat our lunch because we have completely lost sight of what's important, which is knowledge and excellence and work ethic and all that stuff. No, these people haven't been given a chance. You know what? We were on a great evolutionary path where naturally it was all going to happen. It was all people were it was happening.
Yeah.
And then, in the last 5 years, 10 years, nope. Academia, we're going to teach kids this. And here's the thing. Here's all you need to know. Learn all you can find out and work your ass off.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know. Learn as much as you can and work your ass off.
Yeah.
Don't expect to get anything other than that. If you don't know shit and you haven't worked, you're not going to get anything. That's it. Learn everything you can and work your ass off. No one's going to give it to you. There's going to be no shortcuts. And by the way, in this day and age, no one gives a fuck about your sexuality or your color. If you're good at what you do and you're smart, they will exploit your ass to make money.
Exactly.
And they don't care what color you are.
But they'll tell you that they're doing it for the right reasons.
Oh, I know, right? Right? I mean, my God. I mean, that's the thing. We're now in America. I never felt I lived in a segregated country, but we do now.
Yeah.
We've been completely segregated by tribes and by names, and I'm like, what the hell, man?
Yeah. Even now by genre. And we've seen that more so now than anything. Like, Marvel movies have been labeled less than,
Jesus
for so
Christ.
long.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not cinema.
Exactly.
Isn't that crazy?
It's insane.
You know what's so funny to me? I think we live in a world that, and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, I never thought I would actually see Marvel movies in my life. Like, I grew up reading Marvel comics. Yeah. If you told me 20 years ago that in 2012 I'd be sitting in a theater, I sat watching the first Avengers. I was sitting next to Nikki Griffin, who was in Fast and the Furious 3, Tokyo Drift, The Drift. Yeah. And I was sitting next to her because I met her on working on the show, Femme Fatales I was working on, and I remember turning to her at one point going, I can't believe I'm watching this movie.
That is actually made.
I was like, an Avengers movie. I was sitting there going, this is incredible. Yeah. It's incredible that there's... Yeah. I would have been like 20 years. I'm like, no, you can't make an Avengers movie. You'd have to make an Iron Man movie and a Captain America movie and a Thor movie. No one's going to do that.
Yeah.
And yet,
we have it.
And then people are like, that's not cinema. I'm like, no. It's the epitome of cinema. It's like, I can't believe this shit even is real.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is.
And the fact that a movie about Black Panther made $1 billion+. Mm-hmm. And everyone's bitching about voices and talking. I mean, look at Ryan Coogler. He makes a story. He makes Fruitville Station, his first film, about the killing of a black man at a BART station in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. Cause celeb. His second movie. Yeah. His mom's dying. Him and his dad are watching Rocky movies to keep themselves happy while the most important woman in their lives is dying. And he comes up with the idea, and he goes to fucking Sylvester Stallone. He's like, yo, man, I mean, I know I've made one movie, and I have this idea, to make... I mean, I don't know how the conversation went. Ryan Coogler convinced Sylvester Stallone to let him write and direct a Rocky movie and him to be in it. And he got an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actor.
Exactly.
Are you kidding me? We live in a world where anyone can do anything if they're smart, talented, and know what they want to do.
Ethics. Yeah.
And this idea...
determination, yep.
That's a meritocracy.
Yeah.
You're good, and why our world is like, what I don't like about it is this idea that people think they don't have to work and they don't have to be smart.
Yeah.
They just want to get stuff. I deserve this. No, you don't. Because one day the sun is going to blow up, and in 8 minutes, we're going to be destroyed.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Work hard, make shit.
That, you know what, Rob, you don't know how many times I've been in the studio and an artist to come in and say, and they'll bring a reference track in. They'll literally bring a reference track in and be like, I want to sound like this person. And then I have to be quite honest. And it's like, yo, then I'm left with the grueling task of saying, I can't make you sound like that person. Like, I can't. No matter what you want me to do, you want me to add this effect, you want me to arpeggiate, you want me to do whatever. Yeah. There is no way that I'm going to make you sound like that individual, because that individual has a particular talent or skill set for them that works for them. It's
that they might have cultivated, like
exactly.
Billie Eilish and Phineas, their entire lives.
Yeah. And they've worked hard at it. They've worked hard and they have a gift and a talent. I'm not going to tell you to come in if you like. Look, especially if I know for a fact that you don't have the talent. Now, if you're paying, and here's the thing, I'm not one of those individuals that allow you to pay me money to come in and make you a certain way or hype you up and say, you know what, you're the greatest thing that I've ever heard. No, I have to be brutally honest with you and say, look, like it's going to take, look, you're going to come out, you have to come in, you have to sing the song, just sing.
No auto tune for you.
Exactly. No auto tune, nothing. Sing the song and all that. Just sing the song. Don't think it's just going to magically happen. Sing the song. If you have the talent, sing. Don't just come in if you've never done this before and expect us just to make the magic happen if you don't have the talent. And I think that actually, even if it applies to Hollywood, it's all about the exterior look of that particular person. It's becoming more less, and this has been going on for years. Like it's not.
Oh, forever.
It's new. It's nothing new. It's nothing new. It's nothing new.
But I do think now that people think, what I think is interesting. We live in a world where celebrity, you can be an Instagram influencer, or model, or whatever.
Yeah. And
suddenly you're famous, or you can be on OnlyFans, or you can be on wherever.
Yeah.
And when it comes to, I think there's an attitude like going into a studio.
Yeah.
And becoming a singer. I watched America's Got Talent. I sound pretty good. Mm-hmm. Shouldn't I cut an album and be famous?
Yeah.
And there is, I think what's missing from today's world is the idea that work is involved.
Yeah.
That you have to work really hard to make sure that your talent is cultivated.
Mm-hmm.
So we can share it with the world. Brian Johnson sends in a super chat and says, he says, because this channel is awesome. Well, thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. It is, because look at my two esteemed collaborators here.
Yeah.
Lael Rockwell and come on.
Thank you.
Gray L. Garrett says Super 8 was garbage. I agree about JJ. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I've been banging on about. I mean, here's the thing. I don't mean to speak ill of, but J.J. Abrams, he's done, his company Bad Robot made a lot of money. He's done a lot of great work. Yeah, and he's done things I would love to have had those opportunities. I just think that his work. I mean, if you're judging his work, I think his work is not conducive. He's worked in 2 franchises, actually 3, if you include Mission Impossible. And Mission Impossible 3 was serviceable. But I don't think you could look at both Star Trek and Star Wars and say that he ultimately added enough value to both of those IPs to justify the trust and the money that was put into him and his company.
You know what, Rob? I wanted to be there. I wish I was there when you found out that J.J. Abrams. I wish I was there when you found out, the day you found out that he was directing the first film. I would want to be a fly on the wall.
You
to
mean
see
Star
your
Trek?
face. No, Star
Or
Wars.
Dude.
The Force Awakens.
Oh.
Knowing what you knew about Star Trek and how you felt about that, I would have loved to be a fly on the wall to see how you felt. Well, number one, knowing how you felt about Star Trek, that would have been an experience in its own.
Oh, dude.
With this, see your face.
Well, you know what
Wow.
was? I'll tell you what was frustrating about that.
Yeah.
Is that it felt that was a corporate. It felt it was a look. Who doesn't? Everyone loves Star Wars, so I understand people would want to do it.
Yeah.
But it was, to me, I'm like, wow. So J.J. Abrams made Star Trek. He made Star Trek into Star Wars, and so Disney is like the most easy decision in the world to make. J.J. Abrams with a great track record in TV, Lost and Alias and whatever. And he did Mission Impossible and Star Trek. The most risk-averse company in the world's like, we'll hire this guy. Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, everyone loves Star Wars. Hire Paul Thomas Anderson, who was in line with me at the Siege to see the trailer for The Phantom Menace. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's an Academy Award-winning kind of or his film's great pedigree. It was such a disappointing. And by the way, nothing was more disappointing than The Force Awakens itself. I know. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna say, like, oh my God, like, you put Max von Sydow in a movie as Lars von Sydow, like, he's in the movie for not even 5 minutes. Who is he? Why is he here? And you just kill him. Yeah. Max von Sydow? Yeah. And you have Captain Phasma. And by the way, I will say this. J.J. Abrams gave Don Coscarelli, where is it? Don Coscarelli, who made one of my favorite movies of all time, Phantasm, Silver Sphere. J.J. Abrams paid to have Phantasm restored into 4K. Mm-hmm. And that's why Captain Phasma is the Chrome Phasma. She is named after Phantasm.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give that, but I'm like, dude, you have Gwendolyn Christie in one of the great cool outfits of all time, and you do what with her?
Terrible misuse.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah. That character alone was just phenomenal. I mean, it was a phenomenal character design, but wasted execution. Mm-hmm. Wasted execution.
Like, how do you make that movie?
Yeah.
And create that character and be like, is that good?
Yeah.
Like, how do you? Okay, you have a beam weapon that somehow travels through hyperspace, and then the beam weapon at some point goes. Look, I know how light works, and if you have a prism and you can beam light in, and then it goes like this. But if you have a beam weapon that's being fired from a weapon, or it's a hyperspace weapon, the beam weapon isn't even pointed at the places it's aimed at, and then suddenly it can hear it and blow up 5 planets. I mean, the funny thing about that is, okay, bruh, even in Star Wars, when Alderaan is destroyed, it's a thing. Somebody responds. In your movie, you just destroyed 5 planets and killed how many billions of people? And no one ever mentions it again. I mean, the entire Republic is destroyed, and it's like, and I'm going to drain this star, and we're going to fire it again. I mean, you look at this and you're like, bro, did you sit in the edit bay and think about this?
Yeah.
I hate that.
Exactly.
I don't know. Great storytelling is, and I feel like there's so much. By the way, we are living in a golden age of storytelling. Better Call Saul, ongoing. Mm-hmm. Breaking Bad, amazing. You got people, Scott Frank, Godless, and The Queen's Gambit. There is great stuff being made now.
Yeah.
But Hollywood, the studios, you know what? Every single movie they make should hit. They should all be great. All of them. You've been doing it for 100 years. How is it that all the people that you keep churning through you don't know what the fuck they should be making?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Will any of the studios ever buy one of the streaming services, or will ever one of the streaming services buy one of the studios? Do you see anything like that happening?
That's a good question.
Well,
That's
I mean,
a good question.
well, hang on a second. Most of the studios have their own streaming services now. Warner Brothers is HBO Max.
Yeah.
Universal is Peacock. Paramount now has Paramount Plus, but they're going to get bought and sold. They're going to get bought and sold. Lionsgate doesn't. Sony does not have a streaming service, and they're not going to buy it. It'll be somebody. It'll be tech companies. It's all going to be Apple, and because so here's the thing about the streaming wars right now. The streaming services, as it was explained to me, are spending 100 to 150% of the money they're making through subscriptions on content, because all the streaming wars, they cannot sustain that. And at some point, the spigot that has been turned on that everyone's drinking from in Hollywood, I'm going to make a streaming service. Everyone's making cash, hand over fist. That's going to end in a year or two. And as it was explained to me, the 150% will go down to 40%. And it's like musical chairs. You know, everybody is going to have to sit down, and there's only so many chairs left to deal with. So not such a great thing, but I think that eventually, look, streaming is our future. I still love, movies and all that, but
well, I thought you make a really good point with this. And if the streaming services cannot maintain this, then would they be more vulnerable to someone, being taken over by a studio?
Well, I think the streaming services, the studios are the ones that are on the ropes, because their job is making movies, and it's the streaming services are owned by larger conglomerates the same way that's what happened at Warner Brothers. HBO Max is the leader, and all the people at Warner Brothers, like Toby Emmerich, and they're all jockeying for position to work at streaming services, because that's the future. That's so, you have Warner Brothers, like I said, Disney has Disney Plus, and ultimately Disney will not want to release any of their movies at all. They just want to put them on Disney Plus. I understand. Direct to consumer, I get it. But, would you guys, my dogs are freaking out. I know you can't hear them. I'm going to go find out why.
I heard you in the background a slight bit. I did.
Yeah. Can I don't know what's going on. I'm going to go find out might I just leave you guys? Can you hold the fort for a while?
Yeah,
all right.
Yes.
We got this.
All right. You guys go on. Yes, I will. I'll be right back. I promise.
Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think, even with this subject the way it is right now, in the current state of Hollywood right now, it's not that it can't be fixed, but I think in order for it to be fixed, they have to recognize it's broken. You know what I mean? Like they have to recognize that the choice in modifying things this way, like it's sort of like one of those things where when you come up with these ideas, like there should be a second party that comes in and analyzes your idea, and then it should be trickled down to like just everybody kind of just looking at it closely, analyzing every aspect of it to say, okay, we have to give the worst case scenario. If this goes wrong, this is what could happen. This is what the outcome could be. Do you think that they handle it that way? Or is this like a brass decision that's basically made and they're just like, okay, we're just going to run with it because we have to, we can't take our time anymore. We have to basically just put this out there now and just, settle the uproar and everything. Like they don't really take their time to pace themselves and say, okay, we have to come up with the best possible solution. Like, do you think that's something that goes on? Like, they just jump to any decision that's basically being made? Like, they don't have like a board of directives or somebody who just sits back and say, wait. Let's really, really examine this and say, okay, this could potentially harm this demographic, or this could completely change this landscape, or these are the repercussions of this type of decision.
Yeah, this is a good question. And I think a lot of this has to do with what was mentioned in the article about
Yeah.
how they're fighting over resources, and there is a greed element to this.
Yeah.
And even if they know they can't deliver the product that they were asked to deliver,
Yeah.
they're going to push through something. And as long as the check is signed and they can get as much money as they want,
Yeah.
as far as they're concerned, it doesn't matter whether the movie is successful or not. And I think that it's unfortunate that from a creative standpoint, the success of these films is not in. I don't think it's the priority. I think the priority is fulfilling the contract of actually making the film.
Yeah.
But the success of it isn't that important. And I think that what's interesting about this article coming out now is that, from what I understand, a lot of insiders are saying that Hollywood's attitude towards this entire situation is changing. And the reason why, remember, Lael, you and I were talking about all the reshoots that they're doing for a lot of these programs is because now they're looking at it saying, gee, we kind of are concerned about whether these movies are a success for two reasons. One, because people don't like what we've been putting out. And two, we want to increase revenue.
Yeah.
And I think that they wouldn't be so concerned about increasing revenue if they didn't have to compete against these streaming services. But now that that's another factor, there might be a third model that appears. Yeah. There might be a third model that pops up. We don't know that. I mean, right now, if it's just studios and streaming services, what if there's a third model that comes out and offers even more competition to the studios? So I think they're at a point where they're like, we really need to do something now. And these reshoots are coming in because perhaps they've shifted their intention. They in the article, they talked about how when they didn't recognize the founders, somebody is going to address that. But there are so many other issues that are going on at the same time. That recent article of the CEO of Disney, making these 3 pillars where he says, we're going to now focus on different things now. We're not going to worry about, insulting fans anymore. The customer is always right scenario. And, I'm hoping that something like that will change the mindset, even when it comes to, producing films, even though films are not necessarily their bread and butter, the parks are. For most people, we're not in the parks every day. We're watching Disney Plus. You and I are huge Star Wars fans, so we're on Disney Plus a lot. If you're not popping in the DVDs, and a lot of the other franchises that we enjoy, the IP. This is very interesting to kind of look at it from that point of view. And hopefully, this article, the fact that they're even publishing this article, which might have been something that they wouldn't have published a while ago, could be an indication that things are changing. So that's how I look at it.
I mean,
I'm back.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's again, like, a lot of, and I've seen it out in the chat. A lot of people say, "Well, Hollywood's been broken." That's you're absolutely right. Let me now, now that the chat is involved, let me ask everybody out in the chat this question. If you can answer it, do you think that it's broken beyond repair and it's not salvageable? Do you think it's basically like, to the point where we are in a place of no return, that we can't bring ourselves back from the depths that we've allowed, or they've allowed themselves to stoop to? So do you think that it is like it can be fixed, or do you think it's beyond repair? I'm interested in finding that out, like just to seeing what everybody thinks. That's insane.
Hang on one second. Ishan Kumar sends in a super chat and says, the public's indifference towards The Rise of Skywalker was the most clear indication of how terrible a movie that was supposed to be the finale of finales was. Well, what's interesting about that to me is, as somebody who was one of the first people to report on the Duel of the Fates script that Colin Trevorrow wrote, I really think that, unfortunately, as much as I'm not a fan of J.J. Abrams as a feature film director, I think Carrie Fisher's death was a huge blow to the Star Wars franchise. And I think they weren't expecting that. And while I think that there's a lot of... I mean, the funny thing about... Here's the funny thing. If you buy, say, anything for $4 billion, you do it because you have a plan.
Yeah.
You know, and unfortunately, the Hollywood never has a plan about anything because most of the people there are second guessing themselves always. And again, because you have real estate, if you're going to buy real estate in a building, you know the square footage, you know how much you're going to rent it for, you know what neighborhood it's in, so you get it. You're like, well, we're going to make this much money when we fill up this building. No one in Hollywood knows anything. And unfortunately, the people that are running Hollywood know even less because they're not being trained in what makes great movies.
Yeah.
That's what's so funny when people always say to me, well, Kevin Feige is what... No, Kevin Feige worked on 13 Marvel movies. And he saw what worked and what didn't before the MCU. Yeah. He started out as an intern or whatever, working a PA, working for Richard Donner, worked his way up, worked on 13 different... The guy worked on Elektra. Remember, there was an Elektra movie made with Jennifer Garner as Elektra.
Right.
Yeah. And Rob Bowman directed it. Like, he was like, bruh, that's not exactly what we should be doing. But he saw all that. And people are like, well, Kevin Feige, why? And everyone, by the way, everybody in Hollywood, everyone's like Martin Scorsese, who I love. I understand why they're like, well, these Marvel movies. Okay. Anybody who's a Marvel Comics fan, who grew up reading them, like myself, watches these movies in awe and wonder. Yeah. It's amazing they exist. And here's the thing. It's not like they're trying to be Schindler's List and aren't. Marvel movies are trying to be, wait for it, Marvel movies. And they're working. I mean, their success rate, if you don't like Eternals, I understand. I like it. But if you don't, I mean, Spider-Man No Way Home is that's a fucking event series over the summer done writ large on the big screen. Anyone who read comic books is like, of course. Like when I watch Infinity War and Endgame, I'm like, I've been reading comics for a half century.
Yep.
And someone actually said, hey, what if we translated these comics into a movie?
Yep.
And they did it. I mean, people are like, oh my God, these movies are so... what's the secret? Oh, I don't know. How about adapting the source material?
Yeah.
Which is what they did. I mean, you know, it's so funny to me that half of Hollywood, they're like, we have to... It's the shared universe that makes... No. It's the fact that you have filmmakers that understand their source material.
Yep.
I mean, if you think about it, it's that simple. It's that simple. People, well, what do you mean? Well, I don't know. I mean, Kevin Feige worked on 13 Marvel movies before the MCU and saw what worked and what didn't work. He worked on Raimi's Spider-Man movies, Bryan Singer's X-Men movies. He worked on Daredevil and Ghost Rider and Punisher and all these things. Some of them work better than others.
Exactly.
I mean, what a great training camp he went through. And he realized, wow, let's put our trust in our source material.
Yep.
What a shocking revelation. It's amazing to me. What is the success? We're going to start the Dark Monster universe, and we're going to make an apocalyptic mummy movie with Tom Cruise. Well, Alex Kurtzman, how'd that work out for you? Didn't. Because a mummy movie is not about some gigantic apocalyptic thing. The Mummy took place in a few rooms. So did Frankenstein. So Dracula. It's like, it's so... I don't understand why it's so hard for people to get that the reason franchises work, and let's face it, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is the most successful franchise of all time. Mm-hmm. And the guiding philosophy of that franchise is, let's look at the source material that we're adapting.
Yeah. It's right there. And even if we can't take even if we can't utilize everything from the source material, we're going to give you the most important elements of
we'll distill it down.
Exactly.
I mean, the Winter Soldier is based on Ed Brubaker's specific run, which, by the way, is great. If you haven't read it, it's great. And that's where it came from one guy.
Yeah.
Now, let me just say, it was not fair. Like, it should have said The Winter Soldier based on the comics by Ed Brubaker. That should have been up front, and they should have been like, here's $5 million.
Yeah.
They're hiding behind. I mean, if I was Marvel, I'd just be like, and I understand, like, Jim Starlin was in Endgame. I get all that. I get all that. But you know what? Just do the right thing, man. just here. If we're adapting your Winter Soldier storyline, here's $1 million, Ed Brubaker.
Just peel this off and give it to you. And
just take it.
Give you some credit for it. Hey, this is where it came
The Winter
from.
Soldier, based on the based on the comic run by Ed Brubaker. Just say that.
Mm-hmm.
Just say it.
Just say it.
I mean, why shouldn't you? You know, Mario Lopez says, I saw the movie Bohemian Rhapsody and I liked the movie and Rami Malek's work. I loved remembering my experience of watching Live Aid at my TV with 19. It was the human race at its best. Queen were the best, but I don't forget U2 with the bad theme. Well, you know, I mean, I look, I would say this. Everybody can't be a genius all the time, but Live Aid was amazing. You know, and so was Live Aid and everything they did for the Ethiopian famine, the fact that the world came together, it was pretty great.
Yeah.
You know.
Definitely.
Ash Chowan goes on to say, Hollywood is broken, but it's not beyond repair. All they need to do is put filmmakers and people with filmmaking sensibilities in charge at the top. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Those are not, that is not a good idea. We need a Robert Evans or the Warner Brothers. Instead, we have spreadsheet analysts in charge of decisions. Well, that I agree with. Look, here's the thing. Movies are the great confluence of art and commerce. You need the artists, but you also need the people that are overseeing the money. The problem is, what you pointed out in Ash, what you said is that Robert Evans or the Warner Brothers, they knew what was going to be good. And they were the ones that been like Robert Evans, Love Story. We're gonna make this into a movie. Love Story saved the studio. Or Paramount actually developed the novel The Godfather before the movie. They were developing the book concurrently, like as the book was being written. So the book The Godfather was actually inspired by the studio itself, by Robert Evans. And I mean, I agree. But nowadays, people don't even read fucking books. Sure, and yet they're in charge. The one thing about Marvel is the people that are making those movies are reading those comic runs. They know their shit. Yeah. And they're like, well, we're going to do Age of Ultron. All right. We've got the Age of Ultron comics. We've got the Kurt Busiek and George Perez Avengers run. We can read back to all. So they'll look into that and they'll distill whatever they need. Yeah. I mean, the fact is, it's all out there. Does anyone want to do the work?
That's the bottom line. Does anybody want to do the work? Are you worried about? Are you invested in really making a good film by doing the homework? You know, studying the characters and character development, writing a great story, or is it that you're more involved in? Okay, we need to make this much, and that's the answer. It's the money. We need to make this money.
But here's the thing. Everyone is putting the money. They're putting the reward, the cart before the horse.
Exactly.
And I understand that making movies now is a really expensive proposition. When Terminator 2 was made, it was the first $100 million movie. You know, and movies are too expensive, and everyone's career is based on that. You know what I've always said? I'm like, you know, if I was given an unlimited, if someone said, okay, Rob, put your money where your mouth is. Do you think you're qualified? If we gave you $1 billion, could you make us 5 TV series and 5 movies that would make us money? Do you think you could do that? I would say, yes. Yes, I could. And I would do it. Why? Because in my life, I have a wide array, even sitting in here, the things I've read. There are thousands of books in here, a lot of which have not been made into movies. But I would say this. I have books like, I've always said this because I laugh, Todd Grimson's book, Brand New Cherry Flavor, which in the last year came out as a Netflix series. If you had asked me, if you said, Rob, in 2021, do you think that the obscure hardcover horror novel you have on your shelf from the 90s, Brand New Cherry Flavor, would be turned into a series? I would have said, fuck no. But it was. So does anyone talk about it? They don't. It's my favorite thing that got made last year, or that came out last year, just because I bought that book. And I read that book in 1996 or whenever it came out. And I'm like, it's right over there. It's so funny. Like I can't believe that book got made. The funny thing about it is that somebody else was like me and they had that book too. And I'm thinking, like, I'll throw this out. There's a book called The Last Werewolf by Glenn Duncan. And when it came out, it was bought by Scott-Free, Ridley Scott's company. When I first read it, it was the first book that's now become a trilogy. It's James Bond meets werewolves, meets the X-Files or whatever. The book fucking rules. It's fucking great. And then the second book was Tallulah Rising. Here's the thing. Why that hasn't been made, don't know. Here, for anyone who might be watching this show late night who works in Hollywood, call Scott-Free, find out about the rights to The Last Werewolf. Read the book by Glenn Duncan. Read the book, The Last Werewolf, and you tell me that shouldn't be a TV series or a movie. Now, there's now 3 books. I'm giving it to you. You're not paying for me to read it or whatever. I'm telling you, it was already picked up. The rights were picked up, and they've been languishing away for years. Read The Last Werewolf, and if you read that book, you'll be like, fuck, I want to see this movie. And you tell them, Rob Burnett said on Midnight Metal at 3:02 a.m., on Saturday, January 15th, he said, why hasn't The Last Werewolf been made yet? And you'll say, Rob said, I don't know.
Right.
So, just saying right now. And what's funny is no one who works at the studios know what should be made. No one will, by the way, nobody will champion anything, because if they do and it fails, their careers are destroyed.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you know what good stories are, you don't have to worry that way. You can just say, nope, this should get made. Like, I'll say this. If I was working at Warner Brothers, I would say to HBO Max, I'd be like, yo, The Last Werewolf, I mean, you guys had True Blood, or that was Showtime, whatever. It doesn't matter. The Last Werewolf should be made. Those 3 books should be made. Each book is a year. 3-year series on streaming is the way to do it. It's already done. It should be made.
So let me ask you a question, Rob. Are there any books that you've read that were so near and dear to you that you never want to see it adapted into film because you're afraid it might be mistreated?
No. All of my favorite books I've dreamt of. Okay. one of my favorite books I have ever read was Donna Tartt's first novel, The Secret History.
Okay.
I don't know if in this day and age anyone would want to see that, but it would be a literary adaptation that Netflix would make or whatever. It's one of my favorite books. David Fincher. Actually, there's two books. There's The Secret History, and there's Theodore Roszak's Roszak's book Flicker, that Darren Aronofsky had the rights to. Those two books. If someone said to me, Rob, if you could make two books right now, we'll give you any, and I'd be like, well, they have to be for streaming and they have to be a series. The two books I would make would be Flicker and The Secret History.
Yeah.
But I think that all of my favorite books I want to see made into movies. I'm like Stanley Kubrick. Everything he made was an adaptation of a book. You know, I think that the project I've been working on, noodling around with. By the way, if Just a Brown Girl is still here, she read part of a script I've and by the way, her input was invaluable.
Yeah.
I gave her the only two people have read something. She gave me some really great insight. So, Just a Brown Girl, or M, as I like to say to you, thank you for that. But no, I think that books can make great movies, and now we have the technology to make everything. I mean, look, what I want is. Isn't it frustrating, like when we watch a Star Wars TV series, that we don't just love it? Like I find it frustrating that I watch episodes of the Book of Boba Fett and there's a wildly divergent quality level, and I honestly don't understand it. When you watch, whether it's The Queen's Gambit or Godless on Netflix, and you see somebody like Scott Frank in charge and how beautifully it's made, shouldn't the Book of Boba Fett be like one of the greatest TV shows ever?
Should.
Like why isn't it the Breaking Bad of the Star Wars universe?
Because we had this conversation last night, which was one of the most amazing conversations. I mean, the ladies held it down last night. And CC3PO held it down last night when it came to the conversation. But I was just thinking even when we logged off, we were talking about it. I was like, do we as fans, because do we set such high expectations? Like maybe do we set high expectations on stuff that it is unattainable and we got to kind of temper our expectations? Or is it that rightfully so, knowing the character, we're like, fuck no, this is what we know about this person, this is what we want to see, we deserve to get this rendition of this character because this is what you've hyped up? So,
well, my question to you would be, what do you think,
man?
What is the answer?
I want to see him. Look, come on, man. This is Boba Fett. If you're saying basically he was the most feared bounty hunter in the galaxy, show me why. Plain and simple.
Well, I agree. And what's interesting is if you look at what George Lucas did for Star Wars in general, Hidden Fortress, Seven Samurai, The Man with No Name, which is what Boba Fett is. Yeah. He's Clint Eastwood's man with Sergio Leone. If you want to do the Book of Boba Fett, you've already got 3 templates. You've got A Fistful of Dollars for a few dollars more, and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. It's right there. Yeah. Everything like in a Fistful of Dollars, like in Yojimbo or whatever. Mm-hmm. The Man with No Name pits 2 crime families in a town against each other to destroy each other. Like, that's your template. Like, it's not rocket science. It's right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm like, why don't you just do that? And I feel I'm 3 episodes in. I'm 2.5 hours or whatever. I'm like, what does Boba Fett want?
Mhm.
And if he wants this, why does he want it?
Mhm. Mhm.
I don't know.
It's
Like, would you?
please make sense of this.
Yeah,
Please,
please.
please make sense
Yeah.
of this.
As far as I'm concerned, I mean, I keep looking at some of these episodes and trying to figure out how I might have done it differently, or what I would have liked to have seen it in. And I think
Yeah.
what they could have done is, and they would have had to have made the episodes longer. So these 38-minute episodes wouldn't have worked. It would have had to been like a 50-minute episode for the first 3. And in the first 2 episodes, when Boba has these back to tank flashbacks, what I would have done is that I would have shown Boba Fett as a bounty hunter, like doing all sorts of crazy,
Right.
crazy shit, like,
Yep.
just, destroying cruisers, grabbing people at the last minute, people begging him to let them go, him doing all sorts of like zany stuff, cutting people in half, nearly losing his life a bazillion times, rescuing people, all sorts of stuff in the first 2 episodes when he has all those flashbacks. Then when we get to episode 3, let's find out that he got out of the Sarlacc pit then. And then turn it to the Tusken Raider flashbacks. Because what we would have seen is the Boba Fett that we would expect, the badass, tough Boba Fett. And then we would have seen, sort of like him now in another way in episode 3. Would be like, oh my God, where did this come from? When did he have anything to do with the Tusken Raiders? Like, where did this come from? It would have been, kind of like an easier transition to just accepting him as this person who's so changed and reformed all of a sudden. So we want to see that badass.
I want to see that show.
Yeah.
I want to see.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, you have to sit there and go, here's what I don't understand. Like, okay, you start with the fact that the quintessential classic Boba Fett has only been depicted once, and that's in The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
The Empire Strikes Back is the end-all definitive portrayal of Boba Fett. He was hired by Vader, assuming he was handpicked by Vader. He was the only bounty hunter who understood Han's tactics. I'm going to drift away with the rest of the garbage. He realized that based on his non-light speed, his non-hyperdrive travel distance, or whatever, Fett was like, oh, he's going to Bespin, and he would be able to arrive month or whatever, a long time before Han did. He told Vader, he's like, he's going to Bespin. And then like, oh, wait, Han, and they could have done their research. Han knew Lando, of course, Boba Fett was a competent motherfucker.
Yes.
And he was ruthless. I mean, people say, well, I've said that before. Well, how do you know he's ruthless? Well, because let's call him dispassionate. He was hired to do a job, and he succeeded admirably on many different levels.
Yep.
Like, he was able to navigate the imperial bureaucracy to get to the executor in the first place. He was able to cozy up to Vader, and Vader hired him, and then he was able to figure out where Han went. He was a really great, very competent character. In Return of the Jedi, they destroyed all of that in an instant. Han Solo hits him in the back and says, oh, no, I fell in the Sarlacc pit. So ridiculous, because all of Return of the Jedi is a ridiculous betrayal of everything, but whatever. But forget that. The Empire Fett is a great character. So you get to, and then of course they had to add him into Star Wars in the special edition. Boba Fett was not in Star Wars. He was never in Star Wars. He shouldn't be in Star Wars, but Rob, George Lucas inserted him into Star Wars in 1970 or 97. Yeah, that was a mistake. It shouldn't have happened. Boba Fett is not Jabba the Hutt's lackey. He was a guy like Vader, Jabba the Hutt hired. Boba Fett works for people that pay him a lot of money, and he only works for the creme de la creme of people.
And that's what I'm saying. I want to see that skill set.
Yeah, he's not wandering around like he was not in Mos Eisley. Han. Boba Fett's not wandering around. He's like Boba Fett. He wouldn't have become part of Jabba's entourage. You know, he's a guy Jabba hires to get the job done. He's like, well, let me just hang out in the palace. That's on him. And I think that I appreciate what Favreau and Filoni are doing, but this idea that they're trying to make him a Western character is we already have the Mandalorian. I think it's a weird thing that we have the Mandalorian and a Boba Fett show, because everyone knows the Mandalorian was the Boba Fett show. They just
pretty much.
It's weird. It's a weird.
You know what?
thing.
And here's the thing: like literally right now, this next episode is make it or break it for them. Like this next episode, literally, because they have people. This last episode was really divisive. Like really, really, episode 4 better come through like in a major way.
Well, I just thought I'm disappointed in Robert Rodriguez, who I really like as a filmmaker. I think the stagecraft technology, I mean, the lackluster chases and the action sequences, and also this idea that I know how they have to shoot it, but come on, how long does it take to walk from Jabba's palace to Mos Espa? And really, I mean, how many times does Boba Fett have to walk into town? Where's the goddamn Slave One?
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's like, it's gonna be a big revelation. Well, theoretically, if Boba Fett brought Han Solo, if you think about it, to Jabba's palace, he's already been hanging out there for 3 months before Luke shows up in Jedi.
Yeah.
So the Slave One should be parked on a landing platform in the back that we just haven't seen. So the Slave One's there. Boba gets thrown into the Sarlacc pit, and then it takes him 5 years, apparently, because it's the time of the Mandalorian, to get back to. I don't think there's a lot of thought in terms of the timeline, which is another problem with these franchise properties. Why is it that the people that are making Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul can make this amazing, interconnected, brilliantly written show? Why doesn't Star Wars? Why isn't the Book of Boba Fett Breaking fucking Bad?
Yeah,
why
and
isn't it?
Another thing too is that they could just pull from, the comics. We were talking earlier about the comic book situation, and there's plenty of interesting stories that Boba has to tell or could be told about Boba, especially when it comes to Black K.
Boba Fett has a kid.
Yes.
If you're in the extended universe.
This racing scene, I mean, I equated it to it was like an old school 1970s Cadillac being chased by, scooters. This is what it looked like. Yeah. But also the fighting scenes between him and Black K, it wasn't that believable. He would have broken Boba. In fact, that part where he was squeezing him, I thought that was it. I thought that was the end of Boba.
I mean, and it's funny. I loved seeing him. Chris Stanton to have him in the show is awesome. But why do you have to put a sequence that ultimately, first of all, does Boba not lock his palace?
Yeah.
It's they just do these things, and
was crazy.
When you see a scene like this, you're like, okay, that's a cool idea for a sequence, but I don't want to watch an action sequence and think to myself, wait a minute, how did he get in there? I saw Return of the Jedi, or let him in.
Exactly. Somebody yesterday, when we talked about this same very thing, I forget who it was, but they brought up an interesting point that the twins, because by heritage, they know about the palace, that they may have somehow told him how to get in. Which, okay, I get that, but that has to be sort of explained. Well, they did say that they sent him there to kill him. Yeah, but how he got in was never explained. But
it also makes Boba Fett look like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Where's his guards?
Unless
where are the people
open?
I mean, and the thing is, look, this whole show we've seen.
Yeah.
What's so funny to me is the Book of Boba Fett should be like Martin Scorsese directed it. It should be Goodfellas in fucking space in the Star Wars universe. Boba Fett should be I don't know, or it should be Scarface. Boba Fett is Tony Montana. you know, and he ingratiates himself by doing some jobs to Jabba the Hutt, and people know him. It doesn't. My problem with the whole show is it doesn't feel like the traditional narratives we know. And people are like, well, Rob, it's not a traditional narrative. I'm like, no. It's the definition of traditional narrative. Star Wars is based on mythical narratives. It's spin on them. And now we're watching these like, oh, let's make this episode like American Graffiti, but we'll give him like Quadrophenia. And most people haven't watched Quadrophenia, so they don't know what it is. And you look at this and you're like, really? Really? Like, Boba Fett's like, you're hired. Yeah. What, because you just met them? And it just makes him look like a chump.
Yeah. That chase scene reminded me of like what was that scene in Austin Powers when they were on this, like they were going like 4 miles per hour. Like it just I don't know. I mean the choice in that scene, especially after the race and after the chase, and then Boba Fett flies in on his jetpack. He could have just did that in the first place and that would have been simple.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing because he's not he's reacting and he's not. Boba Fett should be the Machiavellian crime boss that's pulling all the strings. And why does he care? People are always, look, here's the funny thing about Star Wars. We all love Star Wars. And yet we're always forgiving it. We're the most forgiving people. Live action Star Wars that we've been getting, I hate to say it, but I felt the Clone Wars was pretty successful. Yeah. And Rebels was pretty good too.
Yes.
And I watch those shows and I'm like, well, wait a minute. So why can't they nail live action? What is it, you guys? Why can't they do live action Star Wars?
I think they did a great job with The Mandalorian.
Yeah, they did a good job with Mando.
No, they did.
But I think basically what they did is that they were banking on this, that because of the success of Mando, that okay, people will be more understanding as to the writing of this particular show, not knowing and not understanding that episode that you delivered with Boba, you set a bar.
And that episode was great.
Yeah. You set a bar. You set a standard that we come to expect when it comes to Boba. You're giving us that redemption story, but then you're just backtracking everything that you did in that episode. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, how many times do I have to see him get tossed around and then him send somebody else to fight his battles? Like, he's a fucking warrior.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I don't get. I mean, they made him he's like a chump.
Yeah.
And it's look, they even repeated in this episode the same shot of him looking at the Slave One flying off. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, really? Yeah. You know, is that what you're gonna do? And what here's what I don't get. The entire planet Earth is waiting for a Boba Fett show. It's yours to lose. You know, you've got a lot of goodwill. There's very few TV shows in the history of the world that have more people sitting there going, I can't wait to see this.
Yeah.
I mean, my God. And that first episode, the fact that you left your fan base deflated. Here's the thing. How do you not know that you were going to do that? And how did you do that? How did you make a lackluster first episode?
And that's the thing is like what Favreau, he wrote it, right?
Yeah, he's written all 3 episodes.
So Favreau wrote it. So do you think it basically is the direction or the writing?
You know what? I think it's the direction more than the writing.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. When you're working in television, the writers and the showrunners, they're the ones that are sacrosanct. The directors are directors for hire. But Robert Rodriguez is an executive producer on the show, and he's I think he directed episodes 1 and 3, and I was actually shocked at how lackluster they were. The editorial, the shot choices, and it might be because, and in my mind, working with the stagecraft technology, it's a tough thing, and I get it, I understand, but it's not like a feature film where the director is the person calling the shots.
Yeah.
So I when I look at it, like I have to say I loved the second episode. The heist, the whole
episode was good. Yeah.
I like that, but I do find it unusual, and I like why. I mean, I know he's on Tatooine and all that, but this whole fixation on the Star Wars saga with Tatooine, I think seriously hampers the franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, my God, you read the comics. I mean, Tatooine is not. Luke says in Star Wars, if there's a bright center to the universe, you're on the planet that it's furthest from. Tatooine, and even in Phantom Menace, unless you're a pod racer, Mos Espa is the most important city. It's like Indianapolis where's the Indianapolis 500. The Mos Espa Bunta Eve pod race becomes this just gigantic. Here's where the whole galaxy goes. Yeah, that's a huge mistake. Tatooine, it should be a dusty fucking truck stop in East Texas. No offense to East Texas. I mean, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
Like, it's a shitty place, and the fact that it's become the center of the Star Wars universe is bizarre to me.
Yeah.
Even Luke said, "This planet sucks." The first thing I want to do is get the fuck out. I mean, you're out of Tatooine, and yet they always come back. There's nothing there. Nothing grows there.
Yeah.
And at least at least in Clone Wars and Rebels, we did go to different places and spent substantial amount of time in other worlds and in space in general. So that was also very good to see.
Look, in Empire, they went other places. I get it. Jabba the Hutt's on Tatooine. I don't know why he had to be on Tatooine.
Yeah.
But they put him there.
The planet's location.
Well, the twins, the other Hutts knew not to come. They was like, well, we
but I mean, it's like I just don't believe that Jabba the Hutt would have a like. Look, I that's one of the reasons I think Return of the Jedi is a creatively bankrupt movie. But that's another. People like Rob, half my audience just unsubscribed. I get it. I understand. But my God, Return of the Jedi, Empire, Star Wars and Empire were extrapolations of a universe. And everything, you go back to Tatooine and you go back to the Death Star. What Return of the Jedi did was make the Star Wars universe very, very small. And that was a mistake. I mean, I hated that. And we're still there. We're still on Tatooine? Still?
Well, I was speaking to Lael yesterday about, what could be done to kind of spice things up, and I had kind of made a snarky remark about blowing up the palace. But I almost am kind of sticking to this because you need something drastic, or it feels like we need something to shake things up a bit. And I think what would be, a bigger blow than for someone to try and do something as dramatic as that, because they can already get in the palace, but they haven't been able to kill Boba. So maybe destroying the palace might do something or send a message. What could be sent by the enemy as a message to Boba that, because every fight he's gotten into, he's managed to get out of. So what would be an actual blow? We don't have the answer to this. We don't know what motivates him. And we also don't know why he's decided that he has to take over the underworld. So there's a lot of unknowns still. And we've had 3 episodes in a series that is, 7 or 8 episodes?
Yeah.
7.
There's still a lot of unknowns going into this. What I can say is that Boba is probably much more physically hurt than what he appears to be.
Than what he wants to let us know. Yeah.
Yes, and
but they need to
um,
allude to that more. They need to kind of let us know that.
Do you think
then we can understand that he's getting his
Because
ass
then
handed to him for a reason because he's in a weakened
Yes.
state? They're
But-
not letting us know these things.
But then
and
if he
Fennec
is,
has
then
all that mechanical stuff, but Boba, was he not able to get the mechanical stuff? Like, what exactly is wrong with him?
Yeah.
Was he not able to get repairs done, or even with repairs, it's still not good enough? What is going on?
well, that's the thing. I mean, I feel that all of this is really bad writing, and it's stuff that this is science fiction writing 101. And I look, here's the funny thing. We all want to love this show. Like, if there's any show that Star Wars fans will give a pass to, it's a Boba Fett show. Like, you cannot, like, if you want a sure thing, it's a Boba Fett show. The Book of Boba Fett. How stoked were you at that last episode of The Mandalorian, seeing him sitting on that throne with Fennec Shan?
Come on, man. It was promising. It was like, you know what? Now we're on to something. Let's go. I can't wait.
And
it's
so
like, what the hell?
we're in a post-Sopranos, post-Breaking Bad world. And it's like, oh, you guys have all the resources you need.
Yeah.
And I have to watch Boba Fett walk to the mayor's office twice in 3 episodes? Like, and I hate to be snarky because I want to love it. But I watch this and I'm like, guys, any single viewer of this show could tell you this is kind of fucking lame. I do not want to watch a weird Twi'lek mare Vespa chase in, like, and I'm not even watching my main character. Those people, I don't give a fuck about those people. And they fill a whole episode or half an episode with this chase. Don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
I have no... by the way, that chase sequence, normally when you have an action sequence, it always defines the story that you're telling.
Yeah.
Because the way your character fights defines who that character is.
Yeah.
The way he sets things up. That chase sequence was completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with anything. It's just a random action sequence where you're introducing these characters that you don't even know. They're on their, space Vespas. I mean, whatever. Everyone said everything that can be said, but I'm like, you live in a waterless environment and you're giving us gleaming motorcycles that you have to wash. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, and by the way, those were goofy looking. We have swoop bikes. We have speeder bikes. Why the fuck are these bikes?
They looked out of place. They look so out of place.
Completely
I wonder
out
if
of
they're
place.
going to make 1/6 scale figures out of these things.
No.
No.
And by the way, it's like, I get, what if we made them look like Quadrophenia? Well, yeah, but this isn't Quadrophenia.
And you know what? The good point, though, because we saw that episode on Mandalorian on the Mandalorian season 2. We saw that episode and we got a badass Boba immediately when we saw it. And then after a few months after, they basically put out the pre-orders for the figure. We were like, yeah, I'm buying it. Literally right now, based on this show, I'm questioning whether or not I need to cancel my Boba Fett on the throne.
Oh my god!
Literally,
to be honest, dude, I have to tell you, I am right there with you.
Now I'm not canceling Fennec, but that Boba on the throne, yeah, I'm thinking about I need to.
Dude,
cancel.
I know,
I might
but
have to.
But I have to tell you, I mean, I hate to say it, but they've ruined Boba Fett. And maybe the rest of the series will, like, I loved what they did. People are like, oh, Boba Fett's old, whatever. I loved what they did in Mandalorian. Loved it.
Well,
And
he clearly has ability because in The Mandalorian, we saw him perform to a level that we were happy with. We thought this is what we would be seeing now in the Book of Boba Fett.
I mean, here's the thing. Why is Boba Fett walking through the center of town?
Yeah.
Boba Fett doesn't do that. He shows up at your fucking back door and you have no idea where he came from.
Yeah, and he doesn't knock on the door. He knocks
I mean, he doesn't
down.
wander, and he already knows. Like, and by the way, I just don't understand. Like, he was the motherfucker who knew what Han would do in Empire.
Yeah.
Like, roll away with the rest of the garbage. He was way ahead of Han.
Yeah.
And it's like he's just a cunt. If I made a Boba Fett show, I'm like, whatever room you don't think Boba Fett's in, he just steps out, like in Empire when Vader's there. Boba Fett steps out from behind the curtain. He's in the air everywhere. Yeah. And you don't even know how he got there. You're like, that motherfucker gets into every single room. This show has been like, oh no, Boba Fett's gonna. Do you really think that he's gonna walk with a bantha? How long did it take him to get to Mos Eisley? 6 months?
Yeah, that must have been a long trip. I actually thought about how long does it take to cross the desert on a bantha. I did think about that.
I'm just looking at this and I'm like, and by the way, you shouldn't think about that. I looked at it's a great visual, but here's what the thing that perplexes me the most. All of us, all the people that are critical of Boba Fett episode 3, the filmmakers should be the people going, yeah, everyone acts like they're so surprised when we don't like things. I'm like, how do you deliver this and expect us to like it?
Somebody should have been like, are you sure that you want to? Are you sure? Maybe we need to go back and just talk about this before you do it. Like, you sure you want to release this? Like, here's the thing. Like, it's again, we got 4 episodes, so I'm like, all right, it's not Beyond Redemption. But we said that with episode 1. We got episode 2, we were happy, and we were like, okay, we're going in the right direction. We shouldn't be arriving back to how we felt about episode 1 with episode 3.
That's true.
What I find so interesting, in my mind, there has been 3 good Star Wars movies. Star Wars, Empire, and Rogue One. Those are the great movies. And look.
Yeah.
I love the Star Wars universe. I give everything a pass. But what I don't understand is why isn't Star Wars being written like The Sopranos or The Wire? Well, the Star Wars universe, Boba Fett should have fucking David Simon writing the goddamn Wire.
Yeah.
I want to see that. I mean, Boba Fett is Stringer fucking Bell, man. I want to see that kind of, well, you know, I know I get screwed, but like, I mean, what I mean is, like, why isn't Boba Fett the Winter Soldier? That's a great fucking movie.
Yeah.
And why isn't Boba Fett? Why are we watching? I mean, honestly, to be
it would be great if Sebastian Stan showed up as Luke Skywalker in this. That'd be great.
But why
I know he's not,
but why are we watching a Vespa gang?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
someone's like, well, it's like when George Lucas was cruising in Modesto. It's like American Graffiti or whatever. I'm like, nobody wants to see that in the Star Wars universe. Like, how do you not? Why do you?
Yeah,
do
we
that?
didn't want to see that. It's true.
And by the way,
if they could fit it in somehow, yes, but it didn't fit in here.
It didn't, and that's the thing is, it's like, you know, Rodriguez. Like, I kind of. When I saw it, immediately, literally, when we saw it, and that's what I told you yesterday, I thought about Alita Battle Angel, and I had to remember that he was involved in that. But
he did a great job with that.
He did, but he somehow brought some of that element into the wrong IP. Like, literally, he brought that here
I think he had never worked in the way they're working. I mean, he's great in virtual environments where you can actually create the backgrounds, but now he's working where the backgrounds are live.
Yeah,
you know, and he's limited by that. But yeah, I'm very shocked by the whole thing. I mean, I'm like, I look, I've only directed 5 episodes of television, and it was a Skinemax show, and we had to shoot everything in 3 days. So not I wouldn't say it was my best work, but it was. You know, I still did direct 5 episodes of television, and I'm like, when I watched The Mandalorian and I watched the Book of Boba Fett, I'm like, I understand the challenges of this, But I'm like, the people, Robert Rodriguez should be the first person to kill it.
Yeah.
And what about the fact that Lael and I were discussing this yesterday. What about the fact that when the Watermonger tells Boba and Fennec that the people who are stealing from him are cyborgs, the first thing that I thought when he said cyborgs is that they were probably some really incredible cybernetic parts on these people, or no one could defeat them because these cybernetic parts must be so strong or so incredible that they could just kind of bully anybody that comes along. So when you saw the group of people, they're essentially like these young kids, and their cybernetic implant stuff, they didn't look that great. And they weren't very strong because you could see them fighting against Black K. Like that little rope thing, they looked very weak. Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, what's the point of having this cybernetic implant if it doesn't look cool? First of all, doesn't fit into the style of Star Wars, and isn't very strong. Like, it wasn't what I was hoping for. I would have liked to have seen something a little bit more hardcore when it came to their cybernetic implants.
You nailed it, which is why I love you. I mean, you nailed it. Because the question is like, why would a human being, a humanoid, remove a limb and have it replaced with a cybernetic limb, part, whatever? And here's what I can't. This is what I can't stand about modern storytelling, which is the antithesis of great science fiction. Yeah, a great science fiction writer would be able to lecture for an hour about why that gang wanted to replace their limbs with cybernetic organisms. He would be able to tell you, or she, or it, or they, whatever their pronouns were, whoever the author was that wrote this book about people swapping out their limbs for cybernetic parts, they would be able to wax rhapsodic for an hour and tell you exactly why. Yep. That what they showed us in The Mandalorian Season 3 was a first of all, it's a cliche.
What you mean, Boba or
no? Book of Boba Fett. The bang episode 3. The gang, the kid. Well, they're that actual. I'm just talking about that gang. That replacing. Yeah. That's a cliche. It stands in. It's a euphemism for tattoos. Yeah. Whatever. Say what you want. Yeah. It's just dumb. And they were not being given a good reason, like maybe it was life extension or whatever. But no, it was just badly executed. It was just another idea, like, what if we did this? And you're like, really? Like, and by the way, if they're so badass, why are they riding such anemic vessels? We've seen Staps. We've seen Darth Maul's Sith speeder. Yep. Why don't they all have Sith speeders, for fuck's sake?
Bob Vance had the leftover pod racer part for his
swoop bikes or whatever. They're driving the least threatening levitation cycles in the entire Star Wars universe.
And you guys both mentioned Bucky. Can you imagine if they had parts like how Bucky has an arm, but it's like a substantial arm, like it's an incredible he's got an incredible arm, but something on that order, parts that are that intense, parts that
ridiculous.
And they would be like, oh, someone would hit them and then their arm wouldn't move, and you'd be like, oh wow, how could Black K hit them and their arm didn't move? And you just hear like the bang of the metal as he bing, and you'd be like, whoa, what's on that arm?
What's so interesting, like, okay, when you're making a show, the plot needs to move forward.
Progress, yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so Danny Trejo, whatever, Machete is a Rancor trainer, brings Boba a Rancor because he knows he needs one.
And Charlie the Unicorn says that they're still paying off their college debt.
Well, you just know that we're going to see Boba riding a Rancor wrecking shop at some point. Yeah. But I'm like, they spent like 10 minutes on that scene.
Yeah. But you know what they could have done with these kids? See, I know how to fix this whole thing. You know what they could have done with the kids? They could have had more souped up cybernetic stuff. And, Boba would be like, well, what are you guys doing here anyway? And they could say, well, whatever their investment is in Tatooine, they either got gypped or they're stranded there. And then he'll say, all right, you guys are very tough. Thanks for backing me up. And they say, we have more friends like us. We can call on these friends. These could have been his actual real people who can support him in a battle, in a war against the Pikes, rather than, kind of these weak individuals, because they're not strong. They're not strong kids.
But okay, let me ask you this. Why is Boba Fett even bothering to take over the criminal doings on Tatooine? Like,
that's the $64,000 question, Robert.
The only thing I can arrive to, the only thing I'm arriving at is the simple fact that he's trying to have or create safe haven for the Tusken Raiders. That's the only thing that I can arrive at right now, because nothing else is making any sense. And they're not giving us an opening to really kind of formulate a really, really, cohesive thesis of what's going on. Like right now, I don't know what the hell is happening. I'm just watching it. Like, okay, hopefully, come on, man. This is Star Wars. This is Boba Fett, everybody's favorite. You don't introduce this character in as a season or episode of Mandalore, and then bring him in and just make him a chump again. Because that's all I'm hearing is he's a chump. He's a punk. Like, he's like, even in the show is telling you that no one respects him.
Yes. The only thing we know for sure is that Boba is physically unwell. That's the only thing we know for sure.
Yep.
Is that he is not okay.
But how?
Physically.
See, this is what I'm saying. Like, if he's physically unwell, tell us why, because you can't give us that episode where he is whooping somebody's ass effortlessly and then say that, okay, he was unwell when he was doing that, and this is where the outcome is, that he's always felt this way. Well, shit, give us a hint of that in Mandalore, so then we'll know coming into this particular season of Boba Fett what to expect. I don't think that they've given us enough to understand it.
There is kind of some chatter that maybe because he is a clone,
that he might be dying, or
he needs to get more of the original sample or something like that, or someone who has similar genetic material to help him recover.
Here's the thing. That shouldn't be some kind of shocking revelation in episode 6. They're watching him in the back to tanks and all that. I mean, I would say that, being in the Sarlacc pit, being devoured, that the acid, his skin, all that, I get that. But here's the thing. What I want to see is this. I want to see the story they're trying to tell of a warlord who is trying to take over take over from 2 other different warlords. And I don't see any of that. I do not understand why Boba Fett cares what happens on Tatooine.
Yeah.
Why stay? What does he get out of it? I mean, I get it. His family, his Tusken Raider family was murdered, but he didn't have one until they found him after he escaped from the pit of Carcoon. I mean, it's like, what? What
is he passionate about? What does Boba love? What is it that
the guy's hanging out with Jennifer Beals and Ming Na? I'm like, he should get busy. Come on. You know what I'm saying?
I have a feeling he knows Garza Fwip, but it would be sad if there was no real relationship. I'd be very sad for Boba if he didn't partake of the sanctuary every once in a while, but it seems like he isn't.
Yeah.
So
it's all he's worried about is the Baptist tank. That's what.
That's right.
They keep going back to that, which is a weird thing. I mean, like, okay, that's your transitional bit.
Yeah. Why can't you just basically have riding on a dewback, or have him basically, while he's in Slave 1 reminiscing or something like that? Like, just give him another scene. That can't be the only segue.
We're 3 episodes into the Book of Boba Fett and we haven't seen the Slave 1?
Yeah, that's also kind of disappointing. I mean, that could have been solved with a flashback too.
And it was so badass in The Mandalorian. We understood how the rotating cockpit worked. And all.
Finally. That felt so good, seeing the Slave 1 in that episode where they were on Tython. It was just like, it just felt so good. It was,
and it kicked ass. Ishan Kumar says the EU's the extended universe arcs of Boba was brilliant. They gave him and Han a relationship like Batman and the Joker. Look, I don't think that's a bad thing, but I mean, I look at this, I'm like, I just want to see somebody who's a badass. Boba Fett is Clint Eastwood's The Man with No Name. He walks into a town and all kinds of shit follows him, but he's ahead of everyone else.
Everything.
I feel that this Boba Fett is behind the curve on everyone. He's the short bus Boba. The special needs Boba, and I mean that respectfully. But I'm like, come on, dude. Please, you've walked in the mayor's office twice.
Yeah, and Charlie the Unicorn says, it's serious when he invites a lady back to the Bacta tank. And Ishan Kumar says, and we haven't seen another seismic charge yet, like in a little while. So we're eager to see that again, or anything, actually.
I know.
So will they blow up the palace? Is it going to be that dramatic? What do you guys think?
I don't think so. They have to keep it.
I would hope they damage it a little bit, but they're not going to blow it up completely.
Well, how else do you hurt them on Mos Vespa? Is there a storage facility for spice? Do they have something like that they would destroy to like do a blow against, the underground in Tatooine? Like, how would you hurt this area? Like, what's their vulnerability?
Well, I'm just wondering, why would anyone care? I haven't seen anyone, like, he's not doing anything. He's like, hey, you guys have cool Vespas. Would you like to come work for me?
Yeah.
Come work for the Fett. I'm like, why would they? What are you doing? What is Boba Fett trying to do? Like, seriously, if he's going to Godfather that shit, let's see some Machiavellian. We don't even know who, aside from if the Hutts didn't show up to come up to him. How would he know anything that's going on? There's no motivation.
He was misinformed, and I had told Leal that I thought maybe Boba had promised or made a promise that he wasn't going to be violent anymore. And the reason why I thought that was because at the beginning of the episode they had the mechanical creature that has the brain of those monks in it. And those monks usually go for enlightenment and spirituality. And a lot of times that means that they practice nonviolence. So I'm thinking, well, did Boba kind of have a conversation or some sort of thing like that pushed him to that direction? It seems ridiculous to think that he would be nonviolent, but the way that things have been going, it makes me wonder that, because he certainly has not been flexing his muscles the way I thought.
Going a way of peace, choosing peace over brute, and I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah. Also, like, why is Boba Fett on Tatooine? It's such a weird. Why are they so fixated on this planet? We met Boba Fett on the deck of Darth Vader's Star Destroyer. He flew in from somewhere else. And the new Star Wars movies would have you believe Boba Fett has been hanging out on Tatooine for years.
I guess.
And for what reason?
Well, I guess with this, what we're seeing we're seeing basically their rendition of how he got out of the Sarlacc pit in a time that he's basically sat in, and it was at one point he was captured as a slave for the Tusken Raiders until he earned his position or earned his space. And this is what we're seeing, that version of the story, him getting slave one, getting off, of Tatooine, but then going back. And it only tells me that he is something that he feels he owes the Tusken Raiders. There's something that he might have, there's a plan at Bay right now. So
no, I could see that.
I was honestly thinking that when we got this season, I was thinking it was going to be an all-out revenge story, of him going back, getting revenge on everybody who left him for dead and didn't come back.
I would like that though. I'd love to see. I'd watch the show.
Yeah, that would be crazy. That would be insane. But I don't know. 4 episodes. Yeah, they have a chance to turn it around. I hope they do, because if they don't, and if it ends, if they don't, and they rely on the last episode of this season to tell a story, this will probably be the very last time I ever watch this season. I won't watch it again.
Or buy a figure.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm really,
dude. I'm right there with you.
I'm telling you.
There's such irony because this is one of the first shows that we've watched where the figure is released at the same time that the series is on. Like this is like a dream come true, right? You know, to
kind of is
get that. You know, and it's very rare to see something like that. I was not expecting. I said, "Oh, I'll probably get it in 2023 or 2024." No, but
I just want it to be good. You know, it's like I every time Hot Toys releases something, I don't want to not want to buy it. I want to buy everything, and when I see stuff
buy it based on the response or the feeling that you got when you saw it live action. You know,
man. The Rancor HasLab promotion
that did not fund
succeeded. Would it have, let's say, since it failed already, if it were introduced now, let's say, hypothetically, would it have succeeded?
I think so, especially if it came with a Danny Trejo figure.
Yeah.
You know what's amazing to me? What's amazing to me is how do you not like launch that after the Rancor has been introduced in The Mandalorian?
Mm-hmm.
How do you not that? And here's the problem. Here's the honest to God problem, and why I joked about throwing my hat in the towel for the Star Trek brand management vice president position. No one that works at the studios really actually understands why people love their IPs.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think there would be like an IP office. And there'll be one guy that'll walk in and be like, "Hey, we're going to take a train," or whatever. Most of the people that work at the studios have no understanding of their IPs. They don't. Mm-hmm. Their only understanding comes from spreadsheets and analytics and all that stuff. They don't know. And that's the frustrating part, because we do.
Mm-hmm.
We do know.
Yeah.
And yet no one's ever going to give us the keys of the kingdom but if we did, if we even were like, "Hey man, perhaps maybe change this and make it a little better." It would just, the world we live in is very strange that nobody wants to do that.
Yeah.
Kids, gentlemen, ladies, it is 3:56.
Yes, it is, Robert.
4 hours.
Yes, it is.
I think we got to call this.
Yes, we shall.
We're going to go home. On the East Coast, it's about to be 7 a.m.
It is.
7 a.m. And I am going to so my plan this morning is basically after we get done here, I am going to make some breakfast for my mother. I'm going to get some things together.
What are you going to make her?
The thing is, I don't know. I know she likes Toya makes this amazing smoothie, and so she likes Toya's smoothie. Well, everybody likes Toya's smoothie. But she makes
I like
Toya's
smoothie, and I haven't even met her.
Yo, she makes an incredible fruit smoothie, and my mother likes it. So I was like, you know what? I want to make sure she has a nice. Since she's home, she's at her home now, and she has people watching over. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make something.
That's good. Yeah. Does she ever come down into your basement?
Who, Toya?
No, your mom.
Oh, no, she doesn't live here though. She doesn't live here. She lives at her own home. She's been over here she's been over here a few times, but never actually went downstairs.
Dude, come on now. Yeah. You need to make a video of your mother coming down, and your collection of video is great.
That would be nice. I'd like to see her look at it.
To have her look at it and see what she's done.
Dude, come on.
What she brought into this world.
I'd even fly out and shoot it. I bring cameras and lights. I mean, that would be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's do a whole documentary show about it. Lael's mom finds out what's in the basement.
Definitely.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, definitely. I'll
be good.
That, man.
Now, Robert, you have a super chat from Mikey Lito.
Yes. Oh, I was going to get to that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mikey Lito. Mikey Lito and I. You've actually met him face to face. He's one of my favorite people in the world, and I've never met him face to face. But you guys went to a movie together.
We did, yeah.
What movie did you go see together?
We saw Tango Shalom together.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
what's that movie about? No, I'm just kidding. No, but one of the things about Mikey and I, we love Tick Tick Boom.
Mm-hmm.
And so Mikey says, so, Rob, okay, who's looking forward to the Obi-Wan series? Okay.
Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't even.
I'm really excited about it. Come on. It's Ewan McGregor coming back.
I'm definitely excited about it. Hey, good guy, Dax Jackson, that's your opinion. When you say she will find out that her child has wasted his life on action figures, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to it.
Wait a minute, who said that?
This Dax Jacobson in the
Come
chat.
on, man. That's a hobby. Waste our lives like we talk about our hobbies. Like Lael, you're an audio engineer. You have a job.
Yeah.
You do work. We by the way, don't underestimate the power of the Emperor. I mean, come on. We talk about action figures in this, but we all have real lives. We don't waste our lives on action figures. That's just our hobby.
Yeah.
I waste my life on making low-budget independent movies.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're getting dissed on my own.
Yeah, he said I'm just kidding.
I know.
He meant it as a joke.
I know.
It wasn't that mean.
I know.
He did not mean that.
I know.
Well, look, dude, I can't wait. I can't wait to see the Kenobi series.
Me neither.
Deborah Chow is directing all of it, and she did my favorite episodes of The Mandalorian. I think it's been great.
I just hope. See, the thing is, with this show right now, it is putting such a bad taste in my mouth. I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to get my hopes up too high.
Okay, man.
Right now, my fingers are crossed, but I'm like, you know what? I'm going into every show that I see right now on the Disney Plus with zero expectations, and I'm just waiting to see what's going to actually happen, because it's like, I think shows like The Mandalorian really spoil us. Shows like, WandaVision spoiled us because, so we get spoiled by certain IPs, but then like we have the expectations for the next show to be good, and then when it lets us down, it's like, damn. So I'm just going into this one like, you know what? Let me. I'm just going to temper all expectations and just roll with it, man.
Here's the thing. Here's what I don't understand. I think the general consensus for a Boba Fett show, it's pretty universal.
Yeah.
Like, and what that was, no one asked me, but I'm like, okay, how do you fuck up a Boba Fett show? Well, you make Boba Fett a punk. and I mean, and he's been getting jobbed. He's been getting beat up. He's been getting like he in the first episode, the mayor, like some rando gang. Like the thing about, here's the thing.
Oh my God!
You can have Boba Fett get attacked.
So
I mean, here's the thing.
it's so true.
Boba Fett gets attacked by some gang with 5-10 shields. Boba Fett takes them all out in seconds.
Yeah.
Kabam! Done. Whatever.
Yeah.
Boba Fett is a ruthless, really great,
ruthless son bitch. They don't.
They've turned him into a punk, like
punk,
because he
ass guy.
wanders and he's like, I've walked into Mos Espa today from my palace. Like, okay, you can't do that.
No, you can't.
When he shows up, he doesn't have to be like rolled in like the heads. He flies in on the Slave One, right in the middle of town, and then he puts on a force field that people bounce off of, and he flips off everyone as he walks in the mayor's office. Yeah. Boba Fett should be fucking Sid Vicious.
Yeah,
he should be a fucking punk rocker, man. And
I wonder.
he's not a mod from Quadrophenia,
Yeah.
and that's what they made him. I'm like, come on, man.
Okay. Again, 4 episodes. Let's hope for the best. That's
I'm
what
with
we
you.
do.
And on that note, kids, I cannot hold you ideologically hostage. It's been there for 4 hours. It is now 7:04 a.m. on your your neck of the woods.
It is.
And we're not butt naked, and we should be. Like I would love to be caressing the back of my lady right now, but I'm not. I'm talking on the internet. So I think we should end this show.
Yes.
By the way,
well.
This was a lovely episode of this show. Thank you both.
It was amazing.
It's a
very
lovely
much.
episode.
Every episode is extremely amazing.
Yes.
I got a shout out to Lael Rockwell and to I want to say that I don't think two better people could I ever hope to stream with. And I want to thank the two of you. And it's been great. I mean, I want to say
the opportunity.
Oh, come on, man. The opportunity. I'm just happy to be here with you both.
Oh,
and
likewise, bro.
Well, it's one of the great pleasures of my life in the last 2 years is meeting the two of you.
Yes, man.
So to stream together on this show, Midnight Metal is good.
Yes.
But on the other hand, God damn it, the Book of Boba Fett, just make it better.
Yes, make it better. That's what we
blow
hope
up the
for.
palace.
Well, ladies and
Just a
gentlemen,
suggestion.
boys and girls, I want to thank, Tom Jr. Jackson, I guess is the only, Darren Seeley is here, by the way, moderating. I want to thank
moderated too.
Thank you. I want to thank you for being a moderator. I want to thank the moderating staff, the blue wrenches that make the show what it is. I want to thank all of you who watch this show, all of you members of the you imagination connoisseurs, members of this, the Post-Geek Singularity. We are, by the way, if you're a member of the channel, tomorrow at 1 p.m., we're going to have a member call where I hang out for hours and talk. It was going to be at 11, but I have to go get a COVID booster tomorrow. So I'll see you then. Now, let me ask you both. Lael, where can people find you?
They can find me on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel, and also Instagram as well as Twitter. Great content over there. Sunday, definitely we will be doing our next episode of Take Your Position, where this week I think we're going to be doing.
That's what she said.
Yeah, she did. This week we're going to actually be posing up the Justice League. Actually, a couple of Batman figures. I think it's the Justice League Batman figure, not the tactical suit, but just the standard. So we'll be doing that. Monday is, of course, Comic Book Talk with Friends, where we discuss everything DC and Marvel and other IPs as well, not just those two IPs. So we're just going to have a lot of things kind of jam-packed into that episode this week. Of course, we'll be streaming with Justin on Tuesday.
Yep.
On Wednesday, we'll be Say What. Actually, it's going to be a special episode of Say What this week, so stay tuned for that. And on Thursday, again, we'll be actually having Uncivilized Scoundrels with me, myself, El Profesoro, and Vinny, as well as CC3PO. So stay tuned for that. Definitely that's where you can actually find. And then also we're going to have definitely have a giveaway coming up. We're almost at 2,000 subscribers. I'm almost there. So we will be there soon, and like I said, it'll be a special giveaway for that. So that's where you can find me, and I'm happy to have everybody on board. So come through.
Where can people find you?
Yes, you can find me on my YouTube channel called Positive Fandom. That's 2 words, or on Twitch, 1 word, Positive Fandom. But you can also find me on Monday nights streaming with Lorraine Creole on Toxic Femininity at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Well, I love her. I love her.
On Thursday nights, you can find me on Uncivilized Scoundrels on the 1/6 Scale Man Network with Lael and the crew talking Star Wars. On Fridays, during the day at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, you can find me on Midnight's Edge. And of course, on Fridays at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 a.m., sorry, Eastern Standard Time, you can find me here on the Burnettwork on Midnight Metal.
Midnight Metal.
Yeah, I love having
And Robert, the Zoom call is that Saturday? The Zoom call is on Saturday?
Yeah, which is today.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure.
At 1. It's at 1. It was going to be 11. I have to go get a thing. It's going to be at 1.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay,
now, let me ask the two of you, like, both of your moms have had health scares and things. How are both of your moms doing?
Mom's doing good.
I mean, obviously, I just say already told me, but I want you guys to do it live. So I didn't mean to interrupt. Lael, how's your mom doing?
She's doing great. She's basically recovered. Like I said, she did, have a bout with COVID, but she's doing way better. She came home a lot earlier than, I expected. So she's definitely back home. Her appetite is back. Her health is good. She's resting. So I'm so happy about that. She's back to her old perky self. But they said basically what helped her out was the simple fact that she was vaccinated, and that's what got her through. So definitely, I'm so happy about that. Graceful, and thanks to everybody out in the chat and everybody who showed appreciation and love. So, yep, she's doing great.
Is she still talking about me as a silver fox?
Silver fox, you already know.
Okay, just so you know.
You already know.
Now, your mom, you told me a little bit before, but how's she doing?
She is doing much better. She also was in the hospital earlier, not this year, but towards the end of last year. So, since that time, she has gotten a lot better, and she's not 100%, but she's getting there.
All right. Well, our moms are important.
Yes.
Part of being an imagination connoisseur is having a good mother who makes sure that she shoves imagination connoisseurship inside of you. My God. I mean, moms who take you to good movies. It's all good. You have good moms.
Yes, we do.
I want to thank, of course, I already said Darren Seeley and Tom Jr. Jackson. Thanks for moderating. I want to thank Lael, Rockwell, and to come here for Midnight Metal episode 73. I'm going to bring this to a close because it's 4:11. And there's work to be done, and I have to go get my vaccination booster and then do a member call. If you're a member of the channel, tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock, we'll chat. And I want to thank my God, next week is episode 74 of this show.
Yes.
God. Well, ladies, gentlemen, it's just lady and gentlemen.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen.
I know, right? I will say to the two of you, remember, every person you know has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen.
Yes.
And with that, imagination connoisseurs, I will say to everyone, have a better day.
Yes. Please do.
And thanks to my great co-hosts.